Hello guys, my name is Climate of Joe. Welcome back to a new video on the Climate of Joe YouTube channel. Welcome to the stream. We are live. I thought we'd just spend today building. I thought we'd spend today building parts of my city. We're going to work on the goblet today. The goblet skyscraper here. We're going to give that a huge building prospect. Build up, 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 build up. Build up, build up, build up, build up, build up, build up. Hello, Mr. Fred. Of course I do. Welcome to the stream. Right, let's go this way. Right. Welcome to the stream. You are the first viewer of this live stream, which is incredible because this live stream's only been on for about 30 seconds. If that. Yeah. Roughly about 30 seconds. Right, so there we go. We're building the goblet skyscraper up. So the goblet skyscraper has quite a sorry about that, guys. That wasn't aimed at me. That was my mum shouting at my sister. Alright, so the goblet this is the goblet skyscraper. The goblet skyscraper is huge. We want to make it bigger. We want to make this skyscraper huge, humongous. Oh, right. Sorry, I sneezed. Right. What do we want next? I think we could have another nice building around here would be lovely. Depends what we want to build. So it looks much better now. This skyscraper looks much better now. It looks, well, taller, obviously. We could actually do something with this. We could definitely do something with this land across here. Why not? Why not? We have a little walkway under here. Obviously, because we have a little walkway under this one, don't we? No, we don't. I thought we did. I thought we had a little walkway under this one, which we don't. But we could have a little walkway under this bridge that takes us to, well, to here. It could just be a nice little walkway to here. Right, let's go in and give a bit of decoration here to this little area. There we go. That looks nice. Perfect. There we go. Perfect. Hello, guys. Can you guys hear me? Cool. Looks like you guys can hear me. I didn't know then whether you guys could hear me or not. Right, so welcome to the stream, everybody. What we should have under here. There's 5. Right, let's go across here. Do that there. There we go, perfect. So 3 on each side. Perfect. Across here, beautiful. Thought we'd add some flowers across here. I'm gonna promote my Discord, my stream into the Discord server. Oh, sorry, my nose. Sorry, guys, my nose. Right, there we go. Oh, hold on. Oh, now that is something interesting. I didn't realise that. Yes, we've made a bit of a mistake there, which I didn't realise until afterwards. Hello, Mr. Prince. Hello, Belliot VR. Welcome to the stream. I didn't realise this, guys, but this bridge is wrong. This bridge is 1 block wrong. It's... Hello, Costy. Welcome to the stream. I didn't realise, guys, but this bridge is actually wrong. This bridge is wrong on one side. Happy Valentine's Day. I didn't even realise it was Valentine's Day. I will be honest. I didn't know. I didn't realise it was Valentine's Day. I think it's only a thing if you do it, and obviously... I just got done watching a Spider-Man film called Spider-Man Lotus. Cool. What's the last film I watched? The last film I watched was a film called... Last one I watched was a film called Homefront. I didn't watch a film last night. I will be honest, guys. I didn't watch anything last night. I just wrote. I didn't watch any films last night. I just wrote my book for a little bit. It looks lovely across here. Little flowers growing here and there. I like that. I do like this part of the world here. This part of the world here does look like a city. Right, for the first time ever, I'm gonna finish this. We're gonna finish this building. I never realised. Right, let's gut the interior. Let's gut the interior of this building. Right, is that a genuine iron golem? Yes, it is. Hello, Clowny the Clown Hat. Welcome to the stream. Right, we're going to gut the interior of this building and reorganise everything from this building. Grab that a minute. We're going to grab that a minute. welcome everybody to the stream. I'm single as hell. So am I. I didn't even know it was Valentine's Day. That's how bad I am. That's how bad on this type of shit I am, guys. I didn't even know it was Valentine's Day. It's not a thing that my family have ever really celebrated, though. No, if you love someone, for example, if you love someone, you love them for if you love someone, for example, you love them for all of your life, the whole year, not just on one particular day. You've got to think though, on this particular day, on like hello, the crystalism, welcome to the stream. Hello, Keith Evans, welcome to the stream. Happy Valentine's Day. I didn't even know it was Valentine's Day. I just said on the stream. I just mentioned it, guys. I didn't even know it was Valentine's Day. It's just not. Right. Now that we've cleared the room of silly things that we don't need, well, first things first, we need to clear the area. So this iron golem, I am going to break these 2 blocks a second, and I'm going to lead this iron golem out of the outs. There you go. Hello. Hello, how are you doing? I'm doing really well, Ahil. Welcome to the stream. Oh, bollocks. I didn't mean to put that block there. Right, so I've got this building here, guys. I've had it here for years, this apartment building. This apartment building here. And I thought today we'd finish it. So I've decided to blow up the roof. I've decided we're going to blow up the roof. Joe, why are you blowing up the roof? So I can make it better. Jeez, you hate. I've had this word since I was like 15. I've had this word since I was about 15. Yeah, I've had this word for a lot longer than you guys think. I've had this world since I was 15 years old. I started build, actually maybe 14. I built this in early 2017. Some of this, but I've been building on it ever since. Hello, Marcel. Yes, I saw your comment, but I saw Ahil's comment first, so I responded to that one first. Right, so let's go down. You built this when I was 7 years old. That makes me feel old, Ahil. Thank you. That makes me feel very old. Right, so I'm going to put 2 doors in it, just so that adds up a little bit more. Good. Good. Right, the doors. Want 2 of them. Never day, never Joe stream. Yeah. Whoopsie-daisy. Whoopsie-daisy. Right, this is... Don't worry, Joe. Don't worry. You lose your prime when you're in your 40s. Nah, I'd say 50s, because... When you're in your 50s, for example, I'd say 50s, because when you're in your 50s, you are middle-aged. You are middle-aged, like not in your 40s, because you're still young in your 40s, you're still young. In your 40s, you're still relatively young. Like when you see some people who are 40 nowadays, they still look like they did when they were in their 20s, because human aging is starting to... Humans now look younger. If you get what I mean, humans now look much, much younger than they did, say, I don't know, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. Basically, people who were in their 60s in the people who were in their 60s back in, like, you know, the 1960s, for example. People who were in their 60s, like in the 1960s, they had 2 world wars. So basically, people are starting to look younger. Man loses his prominence 40s. Yeah, not the 40s. Like, I've literally seen a clip of a guy in his 50s do a Have you heard of the fan film? I haven't. I haven't heard of it, but it's a fan film. I don't really watch many fan films, to be honest. There. Oh, hold on. What is that? Oh. Okay. These apartment buildings. Here we go. So. Good luck. Better late than never. I'm going to learn how to boil an egg. There's a little device you could buy, There's a little device that you can buy. There's generally a little device that you can buy. I can't remember what they're called, but there's a genuine little device that you can buy. But it tells you it changes colour when when it's fully changed colour. It means the eggs are boiled. Yeah, pot and water. That's the thing. That's the only way you can cook it. That's the only way you can boil an egg. There's a little device that you can get, but you stick it in the pan with the eggs, and it changes colour. There's a little device that you can get, and it changes colour. So I've got to be independent. Well, you don't have to be independent. You know, I'm 23 and I'm a terrible cook. I can't cook. I can boil an egg. You know, I can boil an egg. I can cook beans. I can boil an egg, cook beans. I can cook an egg, but I can't. I'm in my 20s. It's not about independent. Being independent is one thing. Being independent is one thing, for example. It's not about being independent. Like, the idea of independence is more of it's whatever you make it. And I'm 13. Well, yeah, but every country's different. In every country's different. But cooking is an interesting one. Whereas not everyone is going to be great at cooking. I'm shit at cooking. Oh yeah. That makes sense. I'm a very terrible cook, guys. But independence is whatever you make it. You know, I can live by myself. But I'm a terrible cook. How old is Gavin now? Gavin? Who's Gavin? Directed by Gavin. He started the movie when he was 16. Oh yeah. Been in the works for 3 years. Well, yeah, those films do, because obviously films take a long time. This is an apartment building that I have. I've ripped out the floor and I'm decorating it so I'm to finish. This apartment building's been here for years. Oh, hold on. No. We can have the door for this one here. You want to buy vape? I wouldn't buy a vape because that is an unhealthy habit. Vaping isn't healthy. Unless you've generally spelt that wrong. That wrong. What floor do I think we want? Should we go for a red carpet? Well, every country is like that though. Every country is like that, though. Here, I can't really tell what's going. I can't pass judgment on that because I don't really know what's going on. That's not even. I'm gonna have to kill this dog. I can't. Yeah, I can't pass judgment, guys, because I don't know what's going on, or I can't say an opinion. I think this is my sister's. I think this is somebody else's dog. Yeah. But whoever that dog is doesn't play in this world anymore, so I don't actually know whose dog that is. That's what I was saying. I don't actually know whose dog that is. Anti-cheat. Well, but anti-cheats are useful though, because you don't want to play with a blue carpet. Well, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Red at the now because red looks quite a nice entranceway. I just thought I'd give it a little bit of shape in to look nice. Oh my god. Hello hacks. Welcome to the stream. This is an old apartment building that I had. I thought I'd go and give it a makeover. This old apartment building, I thought I'd give it a bit of a makeover. Yeah, I don't do New Year's resolutions. I've never done them because I find the whole point of New Year's resolutions like so stupid. What's your New Year's resolution going to be this year? I'm going to eat less food. Hello, Pixel King. Welcome to the stream. Yeah. Oh, pardon me. But yeah, I've never done New Year's resolutions. I stopped doing them because I'm going to get healthy this year. I'm going to stop eating more chocolate 2 days in. I'm eating chocolate. I am joking, guys. I am partially joking, but it is true though. New Year's resolutions, how long do they last? Generally, how long do you think a New Year's resolution lasts? I'm gonna start dieting. I probably should start dieting really, but I just never get right. I never get round to it. But I'm not actually that bad. But like a day? Yeah, mainly like a day half the time. It does have some health benefits, but dark chocolate, but everything has health. Dark chocolate is good, but it also has negative consequences as well. Everything does. It's like in America, for example, you drive on the right side of the road. You drive on the right side of the road. In the UK, we drive on the left. I had an American telling me the other day that the UK is stupid for driving on the left. But driving on the left is more... Driving on the left has its benefits. Driving on the right has its benefits. Driving on the right is better for... Driving on the right is better for overtaking. But driving on the left is better because the majority of us humans are left-handed. Are right-handed. So driving on the left means that our right hand is always the one on the steering wheel. So it's one of those as well, like when they say about drive on the left or drive on the right. Both driving on the left and driving on the right is useful. It's interesting. So yeah, there's always a benefit of both, if you guys get what I mean. There's always a benefit of doing both, of both. So like dark chocolate is good for health benefits, but it's also negative on some health benefits. Right. Oh my god, I'm just gonna have to disappear for 2 seconds. I'm not gonna mute the mic or anything. It's suddenly got quite cold. I'm gonna have to close the window. I will be honest that way, Ahill, I'm the same. I would rather eat dirt than dark chocolate. Just because of how painful it is. So if I ever get a PS3, I'm going to make a PS3 edition series that will last until I'm an old man with no teeth who needs a walker to get around the house. Cool. I'm just going to close this window a bit. It's got really cold. Just give me a sec. Oh, I need to wash that. I need to wash that window. Ugh. It's too bitter. Yeah. I'm the same. I would rather eat dirt than that. What was I going to say, guys? I was going to say something. Yeah, there's meant to be a snowstorm. There's meant to be a snowstorm coming in, and it has got a little cold. And I'm only wearing I don't like wearing jumpers indoors. I know that makes me sound like an idiot, but yeah, I don't like wearing jumpers indoors. Yeah, it is. I think everything's like that though. Every food can be bitter. There are certain foods that I don't like. There are certain foods, obviously, that some people that will never like. Have a good rest of your day, Aho. Have a good rest of your day. My battery's at 9%, that's alright. We're just going to put this staircase up here. I just want to see, for a brief minute, for a quick brief minute, I want to see where these walls will be. Oh. They're going to be here. When are you going to make a new vid? I'm going to make a podcast video soon because on for the new channel. I'm probably going to talk about my favorite fantasy films for the next video. Probably going to talk about my favorite fantasy films. I have some videos that I would like to shoot. I just haven't had the time to make them at the moment. So you'll have to hold with me on that, guys, because I've been slightly busy doing some other bits. I think we can get rid of that block there. There we go. I think we can get rid of that as well. We can get rid of... We can get rid of that. Get rid of that. Hey, just thought of an idea. Because we've just done that, put those doors there. There we go, perfect. I want to make some videos soon, guys. There we go, 4 doors, so there's 4 rooms here. There's one there, one there. So there's, hold on, there's 4 there, there's 6. I don't know what to say anymore. Yeah, there's some video. There will be some videos coming out. I just haven't had the time to make them. So, how is everybody on this stream today? Yeah, that's what I said about the Nintendo Switch, Pixel King. But I just want to create I just wanted to create a Minecraft world. That was my whole thing with creating my survival world. I just wanted to make I wanted to make a world that I could play forever. Happy Valentine's Day, and I'm fine. That's good to see. I totally forgot it's Valentine's Day, guys. I totally forgot that it was Valentine's Day. I generally did not know that it was Valentine's Day. I didn't know that it was Valentine's Day. No. This is an apartment, but this is an apartment building that I built over a few years ago. This is an apartment building that I built a few years ago. I make a big heart. We could do that. We could do that. So basically, where these rooms are... Now, we're going to need... make a big heart with a face. Cool. Okay, I got it. I got what we're going to do. Oh. We're going to have to do this, I think. Absolutely nothing, because I don't do Valentine's Day, guys. I don't do it. It's more of a thing if you got to be... I think to do Valentine's Day, you've got to be in a cut. I think to do Valentine's Day, you've got to be in a relationship. You've got to be a couple. It's pointless if you do... If it's Valentine's Day, it's pointless. It's pointless if you... Well, if you... It's pointless if you're not, obviously, with somebody, if you get what I mean. So we can do this now. Everything else here we can do. So, oh, I'd never even considered that. I never redid the floors downstairs. But we don't need to for a second. We've mapped out exactly what we need to map out. This is going to be the floors. This is how it works. Oh. So this is floor. This is going to be floor. This is going to be floor whatever. Floor, I don't know, 3, 4, 6, 8. So, oh, whoopsie my nose. Right, now, just give me a sec, my screen's playing up. The floor is not the same pattern there. It is? Well, yeah, I haven't put those floors in yet. I haven't put them floors in yet. There is no pattern. It's an apartment, so you can look exactly the way you want it. Because apartment buildings, they aren't all going to look the same. You aren't all going to have the floors with the blue and the orange. No, they aren't. But that's because I accidentally... That's because I faffed it up here. It's because I faffed it up when I was here. It's because I faffed it up there. But that's not what we're worrying about right now. We're worrying about... This one will have a nice view eventually. I think one of these will have quite a nice view actually. Looking out. When you look out the window here, you'll be able to see the both bridges. I suppose out here will have a quite nice view. Well, not there because you can just see a couple of houses and a tree. But what can I do in the Discord server? I don't know what you mean. Well, the Discord server is for the YouTube channel. The Discord server is for the YouTube channel. So basically, it's a community style thing. Somebody else explain what Discord is, guys, because I'm terrible at explaining that. San Francisco Bridge. You're talking about the Golden Gate Bridge? Yeah. It don't look like the Golden Gate Bridge. I wish it did, though. I don't know why they call it the Golden Gate Bridge. It should be called the Red Bridge because it's red. It's not golden. I really do like that bridge, though. So this is the apartment building that we were working on. It's right here. This is the swimming pool. Maybe if we make this apartment building look taller, it will just become another tower of part of this downtown area. I think it will look pretty cool. Well, the Discord server, Eduardo, is basically everything. The Discord server is everything. It's basically The Discord server is basically everything. These are where the doors will be. Are you going to decorate the hotels? Well, the idea is to decorate them, but there's a lot of towers, and we're trying to expand the city. If you watch any other person that's ever made a city in Minecraft, you never see them decorate every single tower, because it's impossible. Hello, Zinx Official. Welcome to the stream. Right, we can put some glass in here now. Shouldn't that all be grass? Galactica. Galactica City. This is Galactica City, everybody. What I did the window. Oh, I did the windows on most sides then. There we go. Ah, perfect. So now, basically, what I would have done years ago, guys, is put some ladders here. So we'd have had some extra rooms, but I think the staircase idea is much better. Is it based on anything? No. It doesn't have to be based on anything. It's based on my own imagination, which I think is much better in Minecraft. Why would you go into Minecraft, guys, and just build a city and just build a regular city? Why not experiment with it? So we have. You know, we built that. We built that skyscraper. Okay, so we've got a couple of windows here which we've not ever finished. All the windows are now in on each side up until that point. So, looks good. In fact, it looks really nice. I like it. Let's go and do something else for a little tiny tad of time. Ooh, some tree. We could probably put a couple of trees in here. One tree there. Surprisingly, no big trees there. That's just funny. Joe, I can't remember what your comment said then. Someone, I'm going to build London. Joe, we can experiment. Yeah. But it's not just... Minecraft's not just about... That's the thing, though. Minecraft's not just about building what you know. It's about building what you can. So yeah. Right. I want to know, does the did some of those leaves come through the build? Because sometimes that happens. Sometimes leaves come through the builds. Whee! I do wish it was slightly deeper though. Perhaps we make this bit slightly deeper. Now. Perfect. Now. Oh, whoops. Because we've got that deep dive board up there. Oh, whoops. Now, so. Oh, that works. Yeah, that works. I make this slightly deeper. Well, it is slightly. Tell me I'm wrong. This pool is now slightly deeper. Yeah, just slightly deeper. Ooh. Well, you have your little kids pool here. You have your slightly deeper pool. You have your normal pool. Then your steps down. Then you have your diving area. There we go. Right, that looks nice. We now just need to do this bit. Oh no. Is it hard to play on Switch? No. Are you going to replace stuff this stream? Well, I'm not replacing any. I'm not replacing any builds per se. I'm not like replacing any builds. I'm just all I was doing was making this deeper. So if we fly up, you know, we actually land in deep water. We don't land in one block of water. So initially, there was going to be 3 diving spots. You were going to be able to dive here. But then when we tried it, we suddenly realised that you landed on the path further down. I love it. Perfect. Right, let's go. Give me mod or you're a blank. Yep. But that is true though, like I have had those types of comments though. Thought we'd add a little bit of colour in here. I think yellow blends with the blue quite well. Whoops. Well, a load of you probably don't know that I played the original Diablo. I don't even know what Diablo is, I will be honest. Actually, no. Now we're going to go for lime green, because I think that will... Well, that stuff was stupid. So me taking a photo and someone saying a hand reveal, me taking a photo of me showing off a book, and it's just the book's in my hand, and people go ham reveal. I'm like, fucking hell, like, grow up. I find it hilarious. I do. I'm gonna use my I'm gonna use this area to my advantage. And I'm gonna do that. I think we need some torches in here though, it's very dark. Perfect, look at that. You don't understand people that charge their phone at 30%. Well, it's kind of useful. 30%, if you see your phone's at 30%, like some people's phones go down quicker. Like for my laptop, 30%, I charge my laptop at 30% because at 30%, because of all the high power stuff on it, it says that it might not last me about 50 minutes. Captions don't work. Yeah, on my streams they don't because captions can't pick up my accent. Captions don't work for here for me because it doesn't really pick up my accent that well. Basically, it's like there's a lot of guesswork involved. On that regard, there's a lot of guesswork involved. It's not rude. It's not a rude thing. It just happens to be, guys, I've got a very thick accent and captions can't understand my accent. It's not like a rude it's not a rude thing. It's just I have an accent that means I have a really thick accent. It's like all of you guys have accents based on wherever and whenever you're from. But it just happens to be I've got quite a thick accent because of where I'm from, and that's great. That is great. That's fantastic. I really wanted to get rid for you not to be able to see the face on this side of the wall. I'm well aware leaves are going to have appeared through the wall. I know Tom Holland can. Well, it depends though. Tom Holland's like a professional actor. I'm not. I can do an American accent though if I have to. It depends what a regular accent is in America though, Pixel King. It depends where you're from. I can do a Texan accent if I need to do. If I need to do a Texan accent, I can do a Texan accent. But if you look at British, like a North American accent, well, a North American accent is basically what I meant. Whatever accent comes from a Canadian accent's more. A Canadian accent is just more British. Is more British sounding, but with a bit of a tint of of a US accent. A Texan accent. Yeah, I can do a Texan accent. I used to be able to do a bit of a New York accent, but I can't do it as well anymore. Yeah, well, North American accent can be anything though. It could be if you do a North American accent, it could be anything. It could be you could do a Mexican accent. A United States accent, well, of one of many they have, or you could even do the Canadian accent because they're all North American. North America isn't just the United States. North America is Mexico, Canada, and the United States because they're all part of the North American continent. I can do a British accent. Cool. What type of British accent, out of curiosity? Because there's so many. I want to put some extra trees around here. So I'm really good at Australian. So am I. G'day, mate. How are ya? Never look a shark in the eye. I can do the Australian accent because my cousin was born in Australia, so I basically... My aunt lives in Australia, my cousin was practically born there, so... I basically, if I want to hear an Australian accent, I just hear him speak. Right, mate, how are ya? Oh, I remember this. We had a kid. We had a kid in our. We had a kid in my school year. His dad, his dad left and just went off to Australia. And a guy in my class jokingly said this in the class. He went. He goes, you'll try to call him, and you'll try and call him, and you'll try and call him, and the phone will pick up. It'd be like, "Where are you?" "All right, son, I'm on the back of a kangaroo." I don't always remember that one. When the guy said it, it was like we were all pissing ourselves. It was like, "Where are you?" "I'm on the back of a kangaroo. I'm riding a kangaroo." Guys, have you ever seen a kangaroo? Like, honestly, a kangaroo, you don't want to mess with them. Like, you guys don't want to mess with a kangaroo. Like, a kangaroo is built like a boxer. Like, where a kangaroo, when it wants to intimidate you, is there flexing its muscles at you. Imagine being one of the first people to arrive in Australia. Imagine being one of the first people to imagine being one of the first people to arrive in Australia. You get off the boat, you walk onto the beach, and you see a lizard. You see a huge lizard. It was like dinosaurs. You see a huge lizard. You think, fucking hell, it's safer to go in there. You walk in there. You walk into the woods. You see a bloody spider the size. You see a bloody spider the size of your face. You see a kangaroo there flexing its muscles at you. And you think, fucking hell, it's safer in the ocean. You go in the ocean, you run back to the beach, and then a bloody great big 20-foot crocodile turns up. I said, to the people landed there the first time, it would have felt like dinosaurs. The land of the dinosaurs. Like, what the fuck have we stumbled across here? Ironically, of the 20 most poisonous spiders, I think 20 of them, I think like 18 or 20, I think like 19 or 20 of them are from Australia. It's crazy. Was this the barbecue hut I built? Yeah, I built a barbecue hut here. Yeah, kangaroos. Like, there's a clip of a guy punching a kangaroo on YouTube, but basically it grabbed its dog around it had its hands around his dog's throat, so he runs over there and punches a kangaroo. Yeah, there's Australia, there's so many different animals. It's because, thousands of years they forgot it existed. I think it was, I can't remember what his name is, the British guy, the Captain Cook. Like, it wasn't found till 1776, 77. Oh, 1788. Australia was colonised by the British in 1788. It was colonised by the British in 1788, but it was found by Lieutenant James Cook in It was found by Lieutenant James Cook in 1770. He claimed the East Coast, but nobody else had ever found it. Well, it was inhabited. It was first inhabited by 50 to 60,000 years ago. The first recorded European sighting and landing occurred in 1606 by a Dutch navigator, but the Dutch navigator I don't think wrote it down. So I think the first official navigation was in the first official navigation of where they found it was in 1770. Incredible though. Like I said, America, America had been found for 300 years at this point. It was basically like it was the last, the finding of Australia. Finding Australia was pretty much one of the last major things they found. Yeah, the first map, Australia was practically the last island, was practically the last dot of the map. Like the map of the world, Australia was pretty much the last bit of it completed in the early 1800s. Which is why they called it New South Wales. I do play other games. I do play other games on here, but not a lot, because whenever I play other games, not many people were watching them. Oh my god, my arm. I don't even know what I want to. I don't even know how long we'll stream today, guys. I don't know how long we're going to stream today because there's other things I have an intent to do as well. I intend to finish a novel. There's a novel I'm working on. I intend to finish today. I intend to finish Genav, The Darkest Day today. I have got. Did you read my comment? Yeah, but I haven't heard of Byron Bay, so I can't really pass judgment on it. Yeah, I do play other games. Welcome, Edward. Welcome back to the stream. I know you've been in the stream. I saw your comment, but I don't think I read it out. Look at my city now, guys. It's huge. Well, we got some ideas. We probably should have some ideas of expansion across here. Want to build something here, but I can't find a skyscraper that's big enough. At the moment, I can't find a design that's big enough or to fit in here. We can fit 2 more skyscrapers in this section before we have to go and build a whole new district. Obviously, this is not complete yet. It will be completed soon. But this is starting to look like a city in this corner. The very cool district, yeah. This is the football district. This is the foot. This is the This is like a football training center. Pirate ship. This is the river. We could build all the way this way. I'll be back in a second. I just need to go get a drink. Did you know Epic Games gives them 3? Yeah, so I pressed a button called free book promote. I pressed a button called free book promotion, which basically it promotes my book for free for 3 months. So basically, yeah, you guys could buy my books on Kindle for free right now. But I've mentioned that, but I have nobody thinking, yeah, you guys could buy my books at the moment free of charge. I'm just going to go and get another drink. I know that 100% for real, Pixel King, is 7 years since 2019. I finished school in 2019. In the UK, you finish school at 16. So I finished school in June 2019. Yeah, you can, guys. Generally, you can buy my books on ebook for free at the moment. You can buy my books on ebook for free at the moment. So because I clicked a button called free book promotion, so it promotes the book for free. So the book generally is free right now. You can generally buy all of my science fiction stories for completely free. Can I block the notebook so I don't get bombarded? Well yeah, you can, but Nightbot's bombarded because you're commenting, though. It's not... Nightbot's not bombarding. Nightbot bombards because more people are commenting. I've been in Manchester all day. Cool. It's alright. Nightbot comments more and more because you guys comment more and more. If you guys comment more and more, Nightbot's programmed to comment after every 5 comments. But if you know 5 people comment in 3 seconds, Nightbot will comment more. That's what Nightbot does. It's alright, Duffelbar. You don't have to be late. I just want to look at the FA Cup scores. Basically, my team aren't playing because Everton aren't playing today because we were knocked out the FA Cup in the last round. Fucking hell, Mansfield Town in League 2 are beating Burnley. Mansfield Town... Oh, sorry, they're in League 1. Mansfield Town are in League 1. Burnley are in the Premier League, so there's 2 leagues between them. There's like 9. There's probably about 70 places between them, and Burnley are losing to Mansfield in the FA Cup. Oh, amazing! The FA Cup, guys, it's magic. The FA Cup. So Mansfield Town are a small football club. What Burnley probably make millions compared to Mansfield. Man City are beating Salford City 2-0. West Ham, oh my god. West Ham beat Burton on the 95th minute. They had to play a full half hour. They had to play a full half hour of extra time. Do you have a team, or is it just you? Well, I support a team. I support Everton, but Everton aren't playing in the FA Cup because we were knocked out. It's a knockout competition. We were knocked out in the last round. Everton were knocked out against Sunderland. Everton lost on penalties. It was 1-1. Everton scored on the 90th minute to equalise and then lost on pens, which was some of the worst. No, studio team. No, yeah, this studio team. Yeah, this is just me. I don't have a studio team. I'm not big enough to have like a team. My team is just me. Well, oh shit. Yeah, my team's just me, guys. Just me. Based on what Pixel King said, yeah, 2019 is 7 years ago. I know it was 7 years ago, guys, because I was 16. I was 16 and I was 16. I left school 7 years ago in June. We are 1 subscriber away from 8,050. We are 1 subscriber away. It's meant to snow later, so I'm keeping a little lookout. Hello, Watch It 53. Welcome back. Yeah, 2019 was 7 years ago. We're actually closer to 2050 now than we are 2020. 2000, sorry. We're actually we're actually closer to 2030 now than 2020 as well. Well, that's the thing though, Pizza King. Nobody knew up until like March of that year. No one knew what was going to happen. Nobody knew that a virus was going to take over the world and obviously kill a lot of people. 2019 was 7 years ago. I should know. I was 17. I was 17 at the end. At the end of 2019, I was 17. So I was when COVID started. I was still a kid technically. I was still a kid when COVID started. I became an adult in the virus, in the pandemic. I couldn't do anything on my 18th birthday. On my 18th birthday, I couldn't do anything. On my 18th birthday, which was in 2020, I couldn't do anything at all. The UK government brought in this thing called Stage 4, called basically they did something called Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3. Basically, Stage 1 was COVID was there, but you had little less restrictions. All of the north of England got put into Stage 4, and literally the day before my birthday, everywhere in the UK went to Stage 4. So it ended up on my 18th birthday, I could not do anything. I woke up, and my whole intention in February. In like February of 2020, I set up a little plan of what I wanted to do, and it was called 18 Things I Wanted to Do Before I Was 18, and I couldn't do any of it. My dad turned 50 that year, and he couldn't do anything for his 50th birthday. I couldn't do anything for my 18th birthday. All I could do was eat. It ended up, I think I did eat a lot that day for my birthday that year. Literally, then we went, days after my birthday, we went back into lockdown. Well, the UK government got it wrong. The UK government had this plan that they were just going to drop all the COVID restrictions at Christmas so you could spend Christmas with your families. And they called it the 5-day window. They were going to drop restrictions for 5 days so we could all spend Christmas with our families. And they had to scrap that because they realised how sort of stupid it was. You could have killed your. So basically, in that time period, you could have probably killed your nan. Eat, sleep, shit, repeat. Yeah, you could have killed your nan basically because the UK government had an idea of why don't we just drop all the restrictions at Christmas time, and then that ironically a year later, it came out about the UK government changed their mind and put all the said that no restrictions were going to be dropped, but the UK government continued to have parties. Yeah. Like I said, life is like a river. You never know what's going to happen. Why don't you do some cars? Because cars will be too big. I can't build cars very well. On my other Minecraft city I built some cars, but the cars didn't look very good. So I just thought, well, I don't really need them. Yeah. Yeah, the cars would need to be Oh, I'm gonna crash into that fence. The cars would need to be built one. Sorry, I've got a huge itch. Yeah, 2020, 2021 was awful. UK 2021 was awful. 2022 weren't very good either, mind. 2022, all the prices went up. So, like, all my favourite foods now, all my favourite crisps and things like that. Literally, my favourite crisps used to be £1. Now they're like £3. That's the thing, though, guys. Like, yeah, COVID was just bad for everyone. The actual lockdown part, just being sat at home, I enjoyed. I actually thought that was quite peaceful. But not everyone had the same thing I did. There was no way I could delete. It would be 2021. Yeah. I caught COVID in 2021 from a wedding I didn't want to go to, and that was horrible. That was I didn't have any symptoms, but that was 3 weeks. I was at home for 3 weeks, not being able to do anything. Most courts normally are, though. I will admit, most courts normally are, though. Oh. Yeah, right. Let's just quickly have a look what we're going to see here a second. Do you only do lives? Well, I do videos, but I just haven't had the time to shoot. I haven't had the time to shoot anything. Well, no, I do videos. I have done videos, but I haven't had the time to shoot as much as I used to when I was younger. Yeah. No, some courts, some courts are like that. But as I said, with those cases though, you've got to be unbiased. You've got to not know what's gone on, which is why in those cases the judge never decides. The judge decides the sentence, but the jury. How do you get that How do you get that like animation? What do you mean? What animation? What are you talking about, Marcel? What are you talking about? That's why the judge never has any say in the vid. What video? I don't know what video you're talking about. Are you talking about the Lego Batman stuff? Yeah. Yeah, that's why in those cases, the judge never has any say until after a jury says innocent or guilty. That's horrible, based on what you just said. That's horrible. How did you get the animation of ranking movies? There isn't an animation. Oh, the ranking films one. That's just a website. The ranking films one is just a website. It's just a website. There's no animation in it. It was just a film. It was just a rank. It was just a template that I made from a site. Yeah. Yeah, what I meant is some judges though do that. Some judges do that. Like every. Obviously, it would be a bit different in the UK, for example, because it would be a bit different in the UK because all the courts in the UK. Yeah, it would be a bit different in the UK because all the courts in the UK have to swear allegiance to the Queen. Sorry, the King. Well, both, which is why we call it the Crown Court. Yeah, all courts in the UK have to swear allegiance to serve. All courts in the UK have to swear allegiance to the King, which is why we call it the British Crown Court. That's the thing, though. Sometimes people don't deserve a second chance. So, for example, I had a guy. There was a guy in my. How did the Queen die? Queen Elizabeth II was 96, but it's alleged that she had cancer. It's alleged that she had cancer, but Queen Elizabeth II was always going to die sometime. Because she had been monarch of the British throne at this point for 70 years, and she was 96. Yeah, yeah. No, but every country's different. In the UK, we have something called social services. So if they think there's elements of abuse or anything like that, they can legally take children away. The UK governments have social workers, for example, have the social services in the UK, which is it's a company. It's basically an organisation. Social services have the power that's basically, if they think there's something dark or mysterious going on and there's a child involved, they can legally get that child taken away from the parents or whatever. It's a really it actually caught us. Ironically, it actually caught a serial killer in the UK. Social services inadvertently caught a serial killer in the UK because they were looking at the children. They heard the children say something quite weird. The social services got a bit confused and alerted the police, and then they ended up catching a serial killer. But yeah, social services are. Yeah, social services are quite a good tool. But also, they're very useful for protection. Joe, my favourite YouTuber. I thought you'd call me Joel then. But no, it's the exclamation mark. How are you doing? I'm doing really well. I saw your comment yesterday, Copper Golem, where you changed your name. Yes, when you said about who changed your name, I changed it because the name you sort of implied to have changed it to. Yeah. Well, no, they wouldn't take they wouldn't take you back. They wouldn't take you back. They wouldn't take you back, Pixel King. Normally they take you away. they wouldn't take you back. That's not what they do. If there's element of like misdeeds going on with children in the room, they take them away. They don't take them back to where it's allegedly happened. Well, it's innocent until proven guilty. That's one thing that the world has. Yeah, it's supposed to be a joke. Yeah, but it's not a very good joke to do, though, Copper Golem. How are you doing? I'm doing really well. How are you? Welcome to this. Welcome back to the stream. Yeah, it's not a very good joke to do, Copper. Just because, you know, the guy that you made the joke on, you know, was responsible for the deaths of over 80 million people. That I can tell why that is, though, Pixel King. I can 100% tell why that is. Some grandparents will not. Some grandparents will not. Will look away from what their child's done. Did you build all this? Yeah. This has been a project since I was like 13. This has been a project since I was like 13. I've been building this. I have been building this world since 2017. 14. Sorry, 14. This has been a project since I was about 14. The idea is eventually I want to fill this whole map with city stuff. So, for example, I can point out some stuff to you. This is like a space star style. That's your more. That's right there. That's your downtown style area. That's your central London, if you get the joke. Sorry for the trauma dumping. I'm just telling you. It's all right. It's always better to mention that stuff. It's always better to talk about it, though. You know, I find it better to talk about problems and things like that. So, yeah, if I've ever had a bad day, guys, I'll mention I've had a bad day on these streams. Yeah. But, yeah, based on what you just said, though, Pixel King, like, grandparents, though, often will look past what their child has done. Because they can't believe the child they raised is capable of doing that. What is that statue? It's a statue done TDM. I didn't build it. Somebody else, a subscriber, built it. Because I used to let subscribers come on and build some shit. Thank you so much for your time. It's alright. But also, so for example, I know something like that. Basically, there was a guy who's in my school year. Basically, he hit his mother. And because his grandparents on his dad's side didn't like that his mother had left his dad, so this guy who was in my school year, his grandmother on his dad's side, he told his grandmother that he kicked his mum, and the grandmother on the dad's side went, she probably deserved it. You know, knowing her, she probably deserved it, because she didn't like that the mother was divorcing her son. So yeah, some grandparents are willing to just the starting point of the city for me was the center. was this. The starting point was this area. I built this, and then I built this cake shop, and then I built the road here. Are you going to build my idea? I didn't even see what your idea was. I'm sorry. I didn't see what your... An airport. I want to build an airport. I've got another city where I built a plane over the city. But yeah, I started with this building. I started with this one. Then we built this. Then we built that. We built this entire street until here. We built this entire street until here. Decepted built that on his other YouTube, his last YouTube name. I built McDonald's here. I then built this. I then built this restaurant. Then I built this. This. And then we built some of these areas here. And then I started building all this area here. And then I allowed subscribers to come on and build. So subscribers built this, that house, that. A subscriber literally went over here. Boeing 707, yeah. A subscriber went over here and built these gates. I built this bit, though. I built this bit. This stone bit here I built. But a subscriber built these sandstone bits like this. But no bonus yet. Cool. I don't really build realistic at all. That's the whole point. So for me, I just built some roads. So basically, I built it a little bit realistic. So like, I based it off. Oh, we're building with you constantly. Yeah, I built this. I modelled this off London. So guys, London's roads are completely all over the shop. American cities very much are straight lines, straight roads, curves and things. UK streets very much are UK cities. The roads are everywhere. So I have built it a bit like how America would do it with squares, but then suddenly, you know, over here the road suddenly just turns. So I base... Is the Wiener Hotel in yet? No. That's from my survival world. I was going to build subscribers builds. I haven't filmed that yet because a lot of people... I didn't get a lot of comments on it. This is the apartment building. That's an apartment building. That's an apartment building. That's an apartment building. And we got 4 apartment buildings. It's also make a lot of roads. Yeah, hard to make. Yeah, UK roads though, a thing. I read some the other day, so I know how obviously America drive on the right, the UK drives on the left. I read the other day about driving on the left technically is safer because your dominant hand is on... Most people in the UK, most people in the world are right-handed. So driving on the left means your right hand is constantly on the wheel, so your stronger hand's on the wheel. Because I think it's like 85% of people in the world are left-handed. Sorry, are right-handed. It's a really interesting point of view. So, yeah. Are you going to build the big heart? That was my idea. I might build a big heart, but just not on here. Just not on here, because this is like a city war. Oh, this is meant to be a street, Vire. This is meant to be a street. This is meant to be like an old slum-style street from like Victorian London. Looking then for when I want to drive. Was that Dan? Dan TDM, yes. I didn't build that. Subscriber built it. So I gave it a beard as a joke. Basically, this is what houses used to look like in Victorian times in poorer areas. Gardens used to literally just back onto each other like this. For as long as the eye can see. So the idea was, I just built some houses and we might build like a vast chunk more, just some residential housing. I mean, I can't drive, guys. I'm in my 20s, but I've never learnt to drive because I couldn't afford it. Pardon me. I couldn't afford it when I was younger. I still can't afford it, really. This is the back of my garden. This is the back of my beautiful garden. Look, I've even got I've got a barbecue area. A table. A swimming pool, and it goes deeper over here. Guys, has any of you ever been to a UK holiday park, a UK holiday resort, like UK caravan parks? The swimming pools are awful. Oh yeah, I'm in my 20s, guys, and I'm still living at home. Yeah, so UK holiday parks, basically, they're like, they're not that much. You go on holiday for a week, you stay in a caravan, but all the entertainment, all the arcades that they have built in, all of that's free to go into. They have entertainment on, live music, but shows, plays, performances, live music, bingo, and everything like that. I go on holidays all the time. I hate the swimming pools because the swimming pools aren't deep enough. They're only like 1.3 meters. The swimming pools, I prefer swimming in the sea because these swimming pools on holiday parks, they're not very deep. The deepest part of those pools are 1.3 meters. Which is 130 centimeters. So basically, 130 centimeters in feet. These pools, they're only about, I don't know, 4 foot deep. Yeah, they're only about 4 foot deep. The deepest part of like a holiday park swimming pool, they're only like 4 foot. When are you ending the stream? It's Saturday, so I might continue streaming till like 10 o'clock tonight. I might stream for another 5 hours. No, leisure centre swimming pools, yeah, they're deeper. Yeah, but holiday park swimming pools, they're only like 4 foot deep. You can't even dive in them. You can't jump into them, can't dive into them, because he said you're going to jump in, you're going to go like this. I shouldn't do that, I might go through the floor. Just going to close the blinds, it's a little bit dark. You're going to do this, generally, you're going to jump up and do this. You're just going to, if you're tall enough, which most of you are over 4 foot, literally, you're going to jump and do this. Joe, I thought that was deep for you. I'm sorry. I've got to be honest. I'm closer 6 foot than 4 foot. I'm 3 inches. I'm 3 inches off being 6 foot. I'm about. I'm more like 20. I'm more like 20 off being off 4 foot. Well, you can't dive because 4 foot deep. You're gonna hit your neck. Yeah, 4 foot though. You jump in, and you literally just land on your feet, duff like that. I was gonna do it by generally jumping up, but as I jumped up, I landed back down. I'm not gonna do that because I generally could go through the floor. The floorboards under my bedroom aren't that strong, I don't think. So I've jumped up and down when I was younger, and my nan was staying over the night because my parents had gone away for the weekend by themselves. And my grandmother said to me, "Were you jumping up and down up here?" She goes, "Yeah." She said, "I could see the floor. I could see the floor vibrating." Oh yeah. I know why they do it, but like 4 foot is a lot. It's not very deep. But normal swimming pools that you pay to go into are, the deepest part is like 8 foot. I'm like, nobody here is 8 foot. But I'm like, what's the difference? Like, within the emergency thing, what's the difference? I generally prefer swimming in the sea because it's deeper. You can actually swim about. Actually, you can swim about, but also you're not going to have some kid come past and kick you in the back. I just watched one of the clips on your channel, Joe. Cool. Which clip was that, Copper? Oh, my back, guys. Sorry. Oh. My left arm. My right arm is... no, that's my left arm. Hold on. Which... No, this is my right arm. My right arm isn't felt sore then. But... my right arm felt stiff. Jesus. I'm sorry, I was unsubbed. That's alright. Well, you're probably subbed again now. It's not too bad. You guys don't have to subscribe if you don't want to. Now he's actually saying he's 6'7". He's actually telling us his height. He's saying he's 6'7". Sorry, I couldn't catch your response if you did say something. I didn't say anything. I've only just read your comment. I'll see if I can get any ideas. Build an investment firm. I don't know. I didn't know I was in... Sorry, that's alright. You have 8,050. We have 8,050. That's amazing. Let's see if we can hit 8,100 in the next couple of days. That'd be cool. I just crashed into that block. I still want to know how you got... I didn't. It's a template. It's a template. The fuck the vegans clip was crazy. Oh no, that was taken out of context. Basically, Burger was saying about vegans, Burger was saying about vegans spreading things and having to go at people for eating meat, and I said, fuck them, just eat meat. And of course, and they were making jokes about everyone just going around and fucking a vegan. I was joking. What do you mean template? That video... That video, the actual template that I used for that making a film, film rankings, that was a template off a tier list maker. There's no actual animation in there. Oh, a woman just fall over on the sliding thing. Yeah, I haven't watched. Great Britain we got our first gold last night. We've done awful. We've done awful this year. We should have won we should have beat Sweden in the curling. Great Britain started really well, and then the woman and the man just would not listen to each other. Curl, straight, and then why don't you repost fun clips of your life? Because I don't know what's funny, guys. Woman's skeleton. I love the skeleton. The men's one got Britain got gold last night. He absolutely bombed it. I love the skeleton though. I love those sports. I love the curling. The curling's cool, but Great Britain normally do really well, and they did awful because the man and the woman wouldn't. They were just terrible together. Cool. Here's another. This is what I also use. I always use slabs. Because they actually look like pavements. This is another style road that I would normally do. This was going to be a new city. But it might just become part of that city now. Because I've at the forest. I didn't realise how close they were together. Joe, did you make those mods in your shorts? I didn't make them. Those are free add-ons for Bedrock Edition. The TNT one, the nuke ones, was just an add-on that I was experimenting with. I was just experimenting with an add-on. Just an add-on I was experimenting with. I wanted to test it out. On here. I wanted to nuke this city, but unfortunately, nuking a city on flat don't work. Why did the UK not send anyone? It's because it's on that regard, ROA. It's because we haven't had a lot of snow this year. The UK's not had a lot of snow this year. It meant that some of our athletes couldn't train. And do some of the sports because we've had a very, very mild winter. We've had a very, very mild winter, and We've never submitted teams to absolutely everything in the Winter Olympics. I haven't seen snow at all. Well, it snowed a couple of weeks. It's meant to snow tonight for me a little bit. Yeah. If you live near the coast, you won't see it. On the coast, you hardly see snow because the weather coming on the coast stops it. I have seen it snow. It snowed. We had a snowstorm come through the UK a few weeks ago. It hit some parts of the UK like Wolverhampton quite hard. It hit Devon quite hard. Well, some of the more central areas of Devon it hit quite hard, but yeah, the UK's had quite a mild winter. It snowed for me a couple of weeks ago, and we didn't have a lot, but it melted by the next day because it wasn't a lot. It was basically just like we'd only had a couple of inches of snow. But the problem, what made it dangerous, was the fact that it had rained. I have no idea. It's 55 over here in America. What, 55 inches? Are you talking about the temperature? 55 Fahrenheit. That's like... Because 55 sounds warm, but it's not, because the Americans still use Fahrenheit. The UK stopped using Fahrenheit. That's 12 degrees. That's actually nice. 12 degrees isn't that bad. $12 ain't that bad. Okay. Well, you could do what you want, technically. Tell you, should we have a look quickly? If I leave this world a second, should we have a look what it looks like in City Texture Pack? Yeah, 55 degrees copper, 55 Fahrenheit is basically like 12 degrees. 55 degrees Fahrenheit is 12 degrees Celsius, which that's not actually that cold. For me, it's 3 degrees Celsius, which is a lot colder. That's about 3 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit. For me, it's about 35. $10 to $25, $25 to $30, $25 to $30 is anything over 30 is heatwave weather in the UK. Anything over 35 is too warm. In UK standards, anything over 35 is too warm. But in the Mediterranean, for example, it's more of a dry heat where it's just warm. Whereas the UK always has really humid, so it's not just dry, it's not just warm, it's sticky as well. So like, it's clothes sticking to your back hot. My town is going to be massive with these slightly large roads for a UK town. What, some towns have them. There's a city somewhere in the world. They made the roads massive. So the roads were massive because they were expecting more and more people to come. I've got to be honest, I can't even answer that question because I don't understand it. So this is our city, guys. This is what it would look like in City Texture Pack. We got a couple of new buildings propping up over there. We've got obviously a few here. We're going to work on that. It's about 9 here. Yeah, for me it's 3 right now. Joe, do you like yourself? What? Do you like your life? Do you like hamburger? Well, I love all types of burgers. My survival is literally legacy. It's the only way I can find to make. My survival world is literally legacy. It's the only way I can find to make it creative. Okay, me do survival. Cool. Yeah. This is my creative player. This is my creative world. I have a survival world. Yeah, we're just going to hop off. We're going to hop onto the survival world for a bit. I feel like we should build them in survival for a bit. I'm just going to take a screenshot of something for a second. I mean, I love burgers, YouTuber Huber. I love burgers, which is probably why I'm like closing down 100 kg nearly. Burgers with pineapple? Why would you have a burger with pineapple? Who eats... No one eats a burger with pineapple. All types of burger. Now you're just inventing stuff. Gee, a burger with pineapple. Sorry, that's just a stupid answer. A burger with pineapple. Oh, what's next? A burger with pineapple. If you're eating burger with pineapple, there's something wrong with you. No offense. Yes, I did actually. I did actually have a pizza. I only had half a pizza today because my sister decided that she wanted to have pizza today. Normally, I should normally have half a pizza because my sister would not. My sister would normally have the second half, but half the time she never wants it, so I end up with like a full pizza to myself. Nice, but today she decided she didn't want to have all types of burgers. But I said all types of burgers. I only had 6 Big Macs. 6 Big Macs? Jesus. Actually, I had 2 Big Macs once. Only because a guy in my class is lactose intolerant and they added cheese on it. And they wouldn't take it back. So he said, Joe, you're going to have to eat this. So I ended up having 2, but I felt like sick afterwards. I ate the 2 Big Macs, but I felt like sick afterwards. I didn't feel like sick, but I felt bloated. I felt like I put on like 30 pounds. Half a pizza is never enough. It depends on what type of pizza it is. Half a pizza is never enough. Depends if you're having something with it. So I had a load of chips with it. And like some sun-dried tomatoes, lettuce and things like that. So it depends. It depends what your appetite is as well, because I've got a ridiculous appetite. I've got quite a ridiculous appetite, so like I could eat that. I could eat all of that and then the other half of the pizza. Quartz stairs, smooth sandstone stairs, black concrete, polished andesite stairs, cracked stone bricks. Cool. You mean all day you're eating that? Yeah, YouTuber Huber, which is why you said I should go to church because I'm fat. Because you said God made fat look disgusting, so people would go to church and not be fat. So I guess I've got to go to church. I forgot. It depends though. What it is. So for example, I had a smallish pizza. The smallest pizza I had is probably the size of my laptop. Joe, do you want me to cry? Why would I want you to cry? I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm just going to check a notification for 2 seconds. Sorry, just checking some notifications. I can eat No, that's true. Like, ironically though, I had this when I was younger. When I had this when I was younger. When I was younger, I was really, really skinny. Like, when I was younger, I was really, really skinny. When I was like 13, 14, I was only like 80 to 100 pounds. But that's like, I don't know. That's like 45 kg, I think. I don't even know. That's like 45 kg, I think, or something like that. When I was like 13, 14, I was like 45 kg. Should I try to make a roundabout? You could do, I don't know. When I was like 13, 14, I was like 45 kg. I could eat what I wanted. I could just eat anything. I could eat like, 3 bags of crisps, a full pizza, and just not gain a pound. No, it's weird. Yeah, I used to be really skinny. Like, in fact, when I was like 15, I gained a load of. When I was like late 14, 15, I gained a load of weight. When I was like 14, 15, I gained a load of weight as I was growing up. And basically, all my clothes that I had no longer fit. So it was one of those. I had to basically buy a load of clothes. When I was like late 14, early 15, I had to buy a load of clothes because everything no longer fit anymore. Joe's my favourite streamer, the only one I watch. Cool. Hello, Lithium. Lithium X. Welcome to the stream. I'll eat a whole pizza and still be hungry. It depends what type of pizza it is, though. If it's a small one, yeah. Strawberry shortcake. Shortcake is good. Shortcake is good. I had some shortcake. You can have shortcakes are also biscuits as well. I had, because you have shortbread as well. I had some shortbread biscuits the other night. They were very nice. I bought it from a shop. It cost me £5, but it was literally like 15. It was like I don't know. It was like 15 centimeters wide. It was huge. I'm gonna go. Bye, Joe. Have a good rest of your day, Marcel. Thank you for watching the live stream. I'll see you in the next one. Joe, what building do you think I should start with making? What I tend to do, which I don't know whether you guys should do this. I'm gonna go on to my I'm gonna go on to this city for a second. Actually, no. I'm gonna go to this city first. So I got two. I'm gonna show you what I did wrong with this city. So this is my first ever city I made in Minecraft. It's not good. It's not very good. It's huge. It's actually quite big. So. Right now, can you say a time? Well, I'm probably going to stream to like 10 o'clock tonight, so I might stream for like 5 hours. Basically, right, here it is. This is Triton City. This is the centre of the world, so this is the tallest building right there. That's Wing. Those buildings. I have no idea. Real Madrid's problem this season is, I think they didn't really back their manager. They didn't back their manager a lot. You can't just keep sacking managers. At some point, you've got to blame partially some of the players. It's the same with Tottenham. Tottenham has sacked their manager, but the new manager is not going to come in and fix them because Ange Postecoglou couldn't fix Tottenham. Thomas Frank couldn't fix Tottenham. And I don't think Igor Tudor's going to fix Tottenham, who's the new guy that's coming in for the next. He's coming in basically to save them from potentially getting relegated because they're only 5 points off the relegation zone. I just don't see Tottenham saving themselves. I generally believe Tottenham might get relegated this year. I've been streaming for 2 hours. I've been streaming for about 2 hours so far, I think. I don't actually know. I've been streaming for 2 hours and 14 minutes. So what? Yeah, what I was gonna say, Vire. Sorry, what I was gonna say. What I do with City is, so this is where it went wrong for me. This is my City, guys. This is my little City. It sort of went wrong for me here. So what I did, so I built. This is the plane. I built a new city. I built a new city on a new world, but I started backwards. I built the center of the city, and then I started inside out. Rather than starting to build the city and then moving into the city, I built this city inside out. I built this city. Oh, let's just change city texture pack off. This city, I built it inside out. But Mercer's, the fans are letting the players imagine know how we are not happy. Yeah, but I think some of those teams, like Real Madrid could be top of the league and they'll still moan at the manager because if they're not doing well in the Champions League. It's an interesting one. Like, it's the same with Manchester United. You know, Man United were tops for all those years. Like Liverpool fans, though. Liverpool fans had Jurgen Klopp for all those years. But they forget that Liverpool were nowhere near winning the Premier League title under Brendan Rodgers, who was the previous manager. Brendan Rodgers, best he finishes at Liverpool, was second. Liverpool, it's the same. Liverpool didn't win the league for over 30 years. But the one thing they did was they did back managers. But the same is like Carlo Ancelotti. Carlo Ancelotti's a good manager. But I don't understand why you went back to Real Madrid. Why would you go back to somewhere that they sacked you from? Like Jose Mourinho. Jose Mourinho always said he'd never managed Tottenham due to his love of the Chelsea fans. And then when he took the Tottenham job, and then they said, well, what's changed? He went, I got sacked. And it's really interesting. I don't get why you go and manage someone after they sacked you. But Xabi Alonso, I don't think's a bad manager. I just think, Xabi Alonso, I don't think's a bad manager. I just think the problem for him was, I think the move came too early in his career. But also the players didn't like that there was somebody different. That different tactics. You know, managers all have their own style of play. Some players don't like the new manager's style of play. For example, yeah. When was Everton the best team in the world? Everton was never the best team in the world. Early 80s. Real Madrid were the best team in the world. They won the Champions League. Yes, they did. But what I meant with that, Real Madrid, as aspirations, is never about just winning the league. It's always about the Champions League. So, you know, you could win the league, but they do bad in the Champions League, and that's it. It's the same with Celtic. It's the same with PSG. You know, PSG would sack managers like Thomas Tuchel. Thomas Tuchel didn't have that good. So that's not too bad. What I meant is like, no, I meant Real Madrid have expectations, but the Real Madrid's like ownership's expectations, you know, don't change. Like, for example, Liverpool fans. A few years ago, there were Liverpool fans calling for Jurgen Klopp's sacking because they had a little bad run. And, you know, there was Liverpool fans that believed that they should be winning the Champions League, the Premier League every year. It's a bit like Tottenham. You know, Tottenham have won one trophy in the last 17 years. But they still think that they're, you know, that they're the one of the big teams in Europe, in the Premier League. That's what I was referring to. I'm not saying Real Madrid aren't like the best team in the world. I'm saying that their expectations are always ridiculously high, And if you don't match it, our team's too close to sack people now. Never figured out how to make a nether ball. We would not mind. Yeah. But the thing is with football, nothing lasts forever. So, for example, Everton in the early 80s won 2 league titles in 3 years. And they got to the FA Cup 4 times. They got to the FA Cup 4 times in 5 years. The FA Cup final 4 times in 5 years. They only won once. They lost the FA Cup final to Liverpool and Man United. Well, they lost the FA Cup final to Man United in 1985 because they were drunk. Because Everton's you know how managers moan about games nowadays. You know how like managers nowadays, guys, get moan about the amount of fixtures they have to play. Everton had to play in 1985. Hello, Jake Crafton. See, welcome to this room. In 1985, Everton had to play a game on Thursday and a game on Saturday. By the time Everton got back from Europe for fighting the European Cup Winners' Cup, Everton won the European Cup Winners' Cup in 1985. They played that game on a Thursday. They got back on a Friday and had to play the FA Cup on a Sunday. So they had to play 2 games in 48 hours. They had to play like 4 games in like 10 days, in like 8 days or something like that. They won the league on They won the league on the Sunday. They were in Europe on the Thursday. They got back in the late hours of Friday. Slept, had to go down to London, and play the FA Cup, and they were all hammered. They were all hammered because they'd celebrated with some points, winning the European Cup, and they were all hungover. It was 1 game too many. Nowadays there's a bit more space of time between 2 games. But the only thing is, though, managers didn't complain in the 1970s or 80s. It's ironically, it tends to be. It's a really interesting one. Some of them back then just made do. Oh, we got 4 games in 3 weeks. We got 4 games in 7 days. Oh, just make do. Well, just go play them. It's interesting. It is interesting. But what I meant, ROA, on that regard is, football teams don't have success forever. There will be a time when, Real Madrid are no longer winning league titles. It's the same as Everton and Liverpool. Everton and Liverpool went through the 1980s constantly winning the league. Sorry. Liverpool and Everton went through the 1980s of being the most successful teams in England. For a period of about 7 years, it was either Everton or Liverpool winning the league. Liverpool won it in 83. Everton won it in 84. Liverpool won it in 85. Everton won it in 86. Liverpool won it in 87. No, sorry. Yeah, Everton won it in 87. 87, 85. Liverpool won it in 83, 84, 85, 86, 89. Make an ice track. We could do that, but I don't know whether I put it on this city. You forgot to build a statue of Jesus Christ. Well, I probably wouldn't build a statue of Jesus Christ because I'm not religious, guys. But yeah, that's the thing with football. You never know what's going to happen. Aston Villa, for example. I'm Everton, so I'm saying there, but football. What I'm saying on that regard in real life, Joseph. I'm saying that football isn't meant. No football team will ever just stay at the top. Like Manchester City, for example. Up until 10 years ago, Manchester City had only won the league once in the last 80 years. And then suddenly these rich oil owners come in and they win like 8 of the last 7. Now, I love Everton. I'm a huge Everton fan. But I'm saying, like, in the 1980s, the big two teams was Everton, Liverpool. Whereas, you know, in the 70s, it was in the early 70s, it was someone completely different. In the 1950s, it was Wolves. Wolves were the best team in England at the time. In the 60s, Man United won it in the 60s, Man United won their last trophy for nearly 30 years. We know you're a huge Everton fan. Yeah. Everton need to sign new players. Well, Everton's problem is the Premier League ran them into the Premier League. The Premier League fucked them over. That's Everton's problem. Everton's financial breach was far less than Nottingham Forest's, Leicester's. But Everton got hit the hardest because the Premier League were trying to make an example of a club. The Premier League. I know this is soccer. Football is soccer. Football is soccer. Basically, the Americans decided to be different. Everton's problem is the Premier League made an example of them. Now we got more American viewers. Everton's problem was the Premier League made an example of them to get back at the Big Six. Well, Illiman and Dye is that. You give him the ball and he'll make something happen. Same with Grealish and Dewsbury Hall. But the problem is at the moment, they've lost Grealish for the whole season due to injury. And they hardly have any players due to the fact that Everton couldn't spend any money because they were constantly at threat of being hit with more financial fair play regulations. But it's an interesting point on that regard. Everton are doing quite well with the squad that they've got. With what Everton are doing right now, with the fact that they had to release half the squad at the end of last season, they're actually doing really well. Nobody predicted Everton to do really well this season. The only bummer is, every time we've had a chance to potentially go into the top 5 or the top 6, something's happened. So obviously last week, Bournemouth scored 2 late goals and beat Everton. But the biggest bummer for Everton this season has been that their form at the new stadium hasn't been 100% great. The form at the new stadium hasn't been 100% great, but that's because no football club has ever done it. No football club in their first season. I joined the Discord now. Cool. No football club in their first season at their new home has done very well. If you guys get what I mean. Yeah, no football club that has ever moved into a new stadium has done well in their first season. Because it's a whole new ground. It's a whole new ground. They got to the players have to get used to. The fans have to get used to. Yeah, they're not fluid enough, but that's the problem. They couldn't spend much money. It came out, but also it's not exactly that ROA. Players wouldn't exactly sign for Everton during the summer. Players wouldn't sign for Everton during the summer, so it came out earlier on. N'Golo Kante turned down going to Everton in January. It came out that Youssef En-Nesyri, who the Moroccan striker, turned down Everton over. He didn't because he didn't know what the weather was like in England, allegedly. Yeah, Youssef. Players Everton must sign. Yeah, but they're never going to be able to sign those, though. They're never going to be able to sign those due to the fact that how much they cost. Like Odegaard, Harry Kane is just off the chart. I'd love Harry Kane at Everton because I think he's a good striker, but he would cost too much. Cole Palmer, if they'd have bought him 5 years ago, yeah, he probably would have cost less. Well, Everton do have nice talent come through. You know, Wayne Rooney came through there. Anthony Gordon came through there. The problem was Everton had to sell all their academy players a few years ago to balance the books because of the Premier League's financial stuff. So, for example, Tom Cannon, who's now playing for West Brom, you know, Everton had high hopes for him, and they had to sell him. They had to sell Ellis Sims, who's now playing for Coventry, I think. They had to sell him. They had to sell a lot of players. It's a ridiculous thing, though. It's a ridiculous thing. But the thing with Everton, though, guys, is the fact that they can buy Gabriel Jesus. They considered it, but I don't think Gabriel Jesus is very good. Well, Everton is more whatever you make it. Everton's not really a counter-attacking club. Everton's always been a team that has a powerful number 9 up there that's willing to run onto balls and go and fight. That's always been Everton. Everton's not really a counter-attacking club. Everton's the school of science. Well, yeah, he's not that old. Gabriel Jesus isn't that old, but I just don't think he's very good. I thought he was. I never thought he was any good at City. But the whole thing, though, as well with Everton has always been called the school of science. So Everton's always been a place where, you know, Everton's attacks. Everton have always been called the Dogs of War. That's their nickname. Everton's got loads of nicknames, but one of their nicknames is the Dogs of War. And there's so players have to. Sancho's an option. I think they considered him once. Erling Haaland, Everton's owner refused to sign Erling Haaland for $2 million in 2017. Everton's owner just would never. In 2017, Everton's owner splashed a load of money. Well, no, we had that, but the thing is with Beto would have 40 goals. They should make me the coach. No, because I would be shit. I would be telling players just to go and lump hammer. See that guy there, the Egyptian Mo Salah. Go and break his legs. Go and break his legs so he doesn't score against us this season. I would be terrible, guys. I would be like, yeah, see that player right there? He's doing quite well. Make sure he doesn't score against us. Do whatever it takes. Break his legs. I did actually say that watching football once. I was shouting because I'm like just. It was Mykolenko. Mykolenko was being left in the dust by Mo Salah in a Premier League match, and I said to, I shouted at the TV and was like, just fucking snap his legs. Come on, break him. Just. I didn't want him to score because I didn't want him to score against Everton again. So I was sat there like, come on, just break his legs. Just break his legs. Come on. But that was always the same with David Moyes, though. David Moyes, Everton's manager, used to do that at Everton, kind of like Sancho. Moyes used to manage a good season, then a slightly bad season, then another goodish style season, then a more badish style season, which is why Everton, in his first 4 seasons at Everton, we finished 4th, 17th, 7th, 8th, and then in his last 7 seasons as the manager of Everton, they were always between 6th and 7th. Well, the best finish. I don't even think he's that good. I thought Man City wasted money on him. Man City is an interesting one. They snap up loads of talents, but I always want to know: are they actually going to play, or are they just snapping up talent to make sure nobody else gets them? No, but the thing with Everton, though, Everton's problem was they had an owner for years that basically overspent on players. For quite a few years. for years, they can sign Aubameyang. They considered signing Aubameyang in 2017, but he went to Arsenal instead. But yeah, they considered signing Aubameyang in 2017, but then they brought back Wayne Rooney. But in 2017, they were also offered the chance to sign Erling Haaland, who had a trial at Everton. They were offered the chance to sign a 16-year-old Erling Haaland, and Everton's owner refused to sanction the £2 million bid. That's all it would have cost to buy him back then. There's another one. There's a few players like that Everton refused to sign, that struggled to sign. Before he went to Liverpool, Luis Diaz was close to joining Everton. Frank Lampard really wanted to sign Cody Gakpo because he'd seen him at the World Cup. Frank Lampard had seen him play somewhere, thought, oh, he's good, I want to sign him. Everton needs a saviour. Well, they don't need a saviour. What they need is a good season. Everton just need a good season where they can regain their footing after being hit by all those financial fair play rules. Everton didn't get relegated. Everton didn't almost get relegated because they were shit. They almost got relegated because they had to sell players and they couldn't replace them. Why is there a horror when you say Erling Haaland? Because my accent my accent makes R's really hard. My accent makes A's have a bit of an error on the end of it. So when I say idea, the A has a bit of an error on the end of it. It's my accent. So there's an R when I say it because A's in my accents have a bit of an error on the end of it because that's my accent. Basically, people from where I'm from say A's with a little bit of an error on the end of it. Yeah. So basically, if I say something like, I don't know, hammer, I don't know, idea, scammer, grammar, grammar. Look, the A adds a bit of an error onto it as well. Hello, Marcel. I saw your comments. I don't tend, if you leave and rejoin and then say, look, that's literally an Irish type of accent. Yeah, but it's not. It's not Irish. It's a mix of English and Welsh. It's kind of like a mix of English and Welsh due to its proximity. But yeah, so yeah, Haaland, Everton got close to signing. They could have signed him in 2017 for $2 million, but the owner refused to sanction the bid. In that time period, yeah. So there's who else? Oh, Denzel Dumfries, who plays for Inter. Shall I Google it? Shall I Google signings Everton got? Everton near. Everton signings that almost happened. Everton signings that didn't happen. Okay. Everton signings that fell through. Okay. Options. Just want to click. Reject all. Oh, Mohamed Kudus, who's now playing for, where's Kudus playing for? No, Tottenham, isn't it? Yeah, Mohamed Kudus, who's now playing for Tottenham. Everton were in the final stages of a deal. Both Everton and Tottenham had both Everton and Ajax have both agreed the deal. They were in the final stages. Personal terms were completed. The deal wasn't aggressing, and then it fell apart. Oh, here it is. Everton. This is another one. Everton were confident of signing Luis Diaz. James Rodriguez was expected to join Porto if it was agreed. Luis Diaz wanted Everton as his priority. He was now waiting for the final agreements, and then obviously that fell apart as well. Oh, what's his name? Yeah, Luis Diaz, Mohamed Kudus. I'll tell you what, Gabriel, who plays for Arsenal, he was actually at Everton signing. He was actually at Everton, agreeing a deal with Everton, and then COVID came in. I'm not going to tell you where I'm from, guys. Here's another one. Gabriel, who's now really good, the centre-back for Arsenal. Everton were really close to signing him during COVID, just before COVID. So, Everton had agreed a deal to sign him, and then suddenly COVID came in, and Arsenal signed him in COVID. He was practically, if COVID hadn't come in, Everton would have got him. I said Gabriel. Yeah, Gabriel Magalhaes, who plays for Arsenal. Everton were literally days away from signing him, and then the coronavirus came in, and because of the lockdown, it meant Everton couldn't complete the deal. So Arsenal got him instead later in the year. That's the one that really got into my head. I'm like how unlucky that was. This was it, 2022, he confirmed it. This was it, 13th of June. I don't watch any S&Ps. Well, no, I'm not blaming the Chinese. I said COVID came in, and because of COVID came in and the UK went into lockdown, they couldn't complete the deal. Because they said they couldn't do any business. But this was it. Here it is. Everton have tried and failed to sign some top players in recent times. It says here, though, Kyle Walker nearly joined for Everton. Andy Robertson could have signed for Everton in 2017. Aaron Ramsey also become a toffee. Gabriel Magalhaes has claimed that he was very nearly an Everton player, noting he even had the medical. Everton were in for him before Arsenal, and the deal was almost totally agreed. Due to the pandemic back in 2020, the deal was prolonged. That gave Arsenal the chance to hijack his deal for 27 million. A little before that, his agent said, "We've got an offer from Everton," but Everton and Lille had agreed everything in the January window. But I wasn't going in January. I was going in the middle of the year, in June. Then I got suspended for a Lille game. The director said to me, "You're going to go there and you're going to have a medal and everything." I said, "Okay." Everything was sorted. It was Slanchelotty. He came to me at Brazil. Do you remember? He said, "This time you're going to run because last time you refused, and here you can't say yes or no." He went to because he's manager of Brazil, and he's his manager now, because Ancelotti was Everton manager. He did the medical. He got there. He prepared the whole thing. He did the reception, hotel, number 4. They given him number 4, the shirt on the bed. He did the medical, and then COVID started in France, and it ended up everything was sorted with Everton, and then the manager. Then at the last minute, Edu, who used to be the director of Arsenal, dealed it, but he was practically all set to go for Everton. Everton can sign Valverde if they have money. Everton hardly have any money at the moment, but it's because they were practically near bankrupt because of the financial fair play rules. But I think Everton can spend 70 million in the summer. I'm gonna go by. Is this annoying? Well, you're not. You're not. You're not annoying. I never said. No one said you were annoying. Yeah, Everton can't afford some of those players now, just because, back in the 5 years ago, yeah, they probably could have afforded £100 million players. He's not leaving you and your club. I got to be honest. When he took off, I never thought he was that good. I'm joking, but there are some players for Real Madrid that I never thought would amount to anything, like Bellingham. I never thought Bellingham was any good when he was playing for Dortmund. I thought it was just one of those. He's just one of those youth players that's does quite well at youth level. He proved me wrong. I thought Jude Bellingham wasn't very good. João Felix, I think, is a good player, but he went to Chelsea and he didn't do very well. Some people just can't do it in other leagues. Like Romelu Lukaku. Romelu Lukaku did absolutely bits for Inter Milan. He did absolutely bits for Everton. Yet he couldn't do it at Man United. It's just incredible. Like, that sometimes happens. Oh my god. But yeah, like Sadio Mane was a good... Well, I hated him when he played for Liverpool, but I respect him. I respect him for how fair he was. I respect him for how much he values fair play, like what he did with Senegal the other week. One of the only players to stay on the pitch. Oh, pardon me. I respect him. I didn't like him when he played for Liverpool. Well, he never really got a start. At Chelsea initially, he never got a start because he came through Chelsea's academy. No, played for Anderlecht, went to Chelsea. He never really got a start at Chelsea. Went on loan to West Brom, did really well. Went on loan to Everton, did really well. Everton bought him permanently, and then he bagged 18, 20 and 25 goals in each 3 seasons. In 2017, the reason he went to Man United was because in 2017 he bagged 25 goals. He bagged 25 league goals for Everton. Lukaku, Everton. His Everton statistics were crazy. He bagged 87 goals for Everton. He was a really good striker. With Everton, he had 68 Premier League goals and 21 assists. But there was one season he did particularly good. Here it goes. 121 Premier League goals, Lukaku. Let's see that split. Let's see that split up. I think that's statistics. So I want to see. There we go. No, I want to go back to 2016-17. Yeah, in 2016-17, this is the reason Man United bought him. He bagged 25 goals, 6 assists for Everton. He did really... Gakpo's an option. Well, they almost signed Gakpo in 2022. Frank Lampard really wanted to sign him. Frank Lampard really wanted to sign him, but he just couldn't... He just couldn't get it across the line. But what Everton didn't say at the time, what Everton, as in the club, didn't come out and say at the time, was the fact that the Premier League were telling them what they could spend and what they couldn't spend. So it ended up Everton just couldn't spend money. It ended up they had to sell Richarlison. They had to sell Richarlison to do it. Yeah. But Everton have got a striker in real life, Joseph. Everton have a striker, Tiano Barry. Tiano Barry will be a great striker. The problem for him, though, he's only 22. The problem for Tiano Barry was that he's only 22, 23, and it was a whole new league. Tiano Barry is 23. He was 22 when he signed. And it was a whole new league. He'd played in Spain. The Spanish league is nowhere near as competitive as the English Premier League. The Spanish league is not as high intensity. So as soon as he got prepared, as soon as he's been prepared to, now he's got some experience in the Prem, he's starting to do quite well. Some players take a little. He needs to help him by. He needs people to help him by assisting. Yeah. But now Tiana Barry's started doing well. Started doing it. He's starting to do quite well. But his problem was it was a whole new league, and he wasn't used to the intensity. Now he's starting to do really well. Like Everton beat Villa a few weeks ago, and his goal was unbelievable. You know, Emi Martinez has just palmed it straight to him, and he's lobbed the. Not lobs the keeper. He's dinked the keeper from a really tight angle. Great finish. We can sign Pogba. Why would you want to sign Pogba? I don't think anyone wants to sign Pogba. Pogba's like 37 years old. Paul Pogba is like 37. Paul Pogba. Oh no, he's 32. But Pogba isn't that good. Paul Pogba. Pogba went. You know, Pogba was shit for United. He was shit for Man United. He played there a season. Was shit. Went to Juventus 4 years, 28 goals in 4 years. Went to Manchester United, 29 goals in 6 years. Played 8 times for Juventus and 3 times for Monaco since last year. I don't think he's that good. I don't think he'd survive at certain clubs. Like, he had so many controversies at Man United. When he was at Man United, the amount of whinging, like the amount of times he was in the press was ridiculous. Ronaldo is 40. Yeah, but Ronaldo is playing in Saudi Arabia. Ronaldo's 40, but he's playing in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia isn't like a very good league. Saudi Arabia's got some good players because of the money that they splashed on it, but he can play in Saudi Arabia for another 5 years. He just can't play in Europe anymore. He's not good enough for European football. Dybala. Is he still playing for Roma? Is Dybala still playing for Roma? Everton could sign Dybala, actually. Everton could sign Dybala. Roma is our sister club. Roma is our sister club. Everton's owners also own Roma. The thing is with Dybala, he doesn't score that many goals. I mean, 82 for Juventus in 7 years, but he's played for Roma now for 4 years, and he's only about 33. But good player though. He is a good player. Yeah, Everton are owned by the same people that own Roma, so they could do that. I wonder if what's name's doing very well over there. Everton wanted to sign Evan Ferguson in the summer, and basically Roma brought him on loan instead. Everton wanted to buy him in the summer. Surprisingly, Evan Ferguson was the first Irish player to score in the in the Serie A since Liam Brady, and Liam Brady in his is like almost 70s. I think Liverpool's problem this season was their captain. Everything can sign Coman. Yeah, but you want to make your squad younger, not older. You don't want to have too many players over the age of 30. With like football teams now, you want to have players that you want to have younger players coming in. You want to have younger players coming in, like, 20, 22, 23. You don't want to have look more experienced. Yes, but you don't want to splash too much money on older players that you're never going to get any profit back off. Look at Liverpool. Liverpool should have cashed in on Salah in the summer. Because Liverpool extending Mo Salah's contract means that they'll never get any money for him. Liverpool could have cashed in on Salah when they had the chance in the summer, but they opted to renew his contract. But they'll never get any money for him now. Because he'll be mid-30s by the end of his contract. It's an interesting one, really. But you want to have less older players. Like, for example, the oldest player at Everton right now is Seamus Coleman. Seamus Coleman's 38 in October. Surprisingly, though, can still play like 90 minutes of football, though. But yeah, you want to have you want to have younger players coming in. Everton have players now. Everton now have players that are Everton signed Seamus Coleman in 2009 when he was 20. They've now... Some of the players that Everton have got now are literally... Everton have got a player in their squad now that's playing nearly every week, who is 18. They've got a player that is playing for Everton's squad at the moment. He's 19. He's literally half his age. Yeah. You want some experienced players. But you don't want you don't want to have too many old players. You want to have players that have experience but are young as well. Yeah, but you don't want to have too many old players. For example, that was Everton's problem in 2019. They brought in a load of players that were getting on. They brought in Theo Walcott. Theo Walcott, a good player, but was the wrong side of 30. They brought in Fabian Delph, also a good player, but wrong side of 30. They brought in Wayne Rooney. Great player over the years. Played for Everton for 2 years before he went to Man United. Came back to Everton for a season. But the thing is, though, as well, Wayne Rooney, when he went back to Everton, Lamine Yamal, yeah, but they wouldn't afford him. That's the thing. Hi, I'm Jaren. Hello, Jaren. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, if you get what I mean, like, some of the players now just cost too much. Football price, the price of football players now has gone up ridiculously. Like, some clubs can't afford them anymore. Like 30 years ago, a football player didn't cost more than like 50 million. 20 million, 30 years ago, 20 million pounds brought you a real good player. Now it wouldn't. Everton's that poor. Well, Lamine Yamal would probably cost over 150 million. Everton's not poor, but they would not. Everton wouldn't spend 150. What are you doing? I'm planting some trees. I'm planting trees. So basically, my Minecraft city, I'm planting trees. I'm building a forest across the bottom part of my city. I don't really have an opinion because I don't really know much about it because I don't really need RAM, guys. The RAM situation is only because of AI. You're growing trees on a flat land. Yeah. It makes it look nicer. What should I do to gain subs? Upload content. Yeah, I'm making a... You're growing trees on flat land. Yeah, but it's... Because I'm building my Minecraft city. So I'm just adding some trees in to make it look more natural. Let me just get out of here a second. So, where's the road a second? Here. I'm making this, look, this city here. I'm adding these, I've added those trees in. I've added those trees in to make the city look slightly better. There we go. Yeah, I'm not going to add hills because most cities are flat. Adding hills in doesn't make sense though, because when we expand the city, we'll have to take down the hills again. We've already got tunnels though. We've already got tunnels because you can customize flat worlds. I'm playing an older version of Minecraft where you can customize flat worlds. So I can go down, because I've customized this flat world when I've made it, I can go down about 30 blocks. I can go down about 30 blocks. I can build like subway stations, subways, train stations and things. Hidden metro lines and things. Do you have overhead bridges? We do have a bridge. It's out of view around the city. But it would be cool. That would be a cool idea. But then the idea is to make the city just cover the map. The idea is to make the city cover obviously all by the river here. So the river here has been manually made, guys. I've literally used TNT and just blown the shit out of it and filled this with water. So yeah, the idea is just to fill the whole place around the city. But with a city, you don't really see hills in a city. In a city, you don't really see hills because cities are always built on the flattest land. If you get what I mean. It's only in... It depends what type of city you're trying to make. Can you remember us when you're famous? The chances of me being famous are ridiculously low. At a Taco Bell. Yeah, they do. They flatten hills when making cities, but rarely, because normally they go for the flattest area. Normally they go next to rivers because rivers are literally the flattest areas of the place. Tell you what it is. The reason they don't use the reason you don't really see hills around there, around like cities, the reason you don't see like places like that is because they built on floodplains. They built on natural floodplains. Yeah, Manhattan's really flat. Yeah, because half of that would have been built on a floodplain. It would be more natural, but I'm building a city. I'm not building a town. Yeah, if I was to go outside of my house, yeah, I would see... If I was to go outside, I would see a hill. But if you're in central London, you're not going to see a hill because there are no hills in central London. Europe's first... Yeah, they're building Universal in the UK. They're building it in the UK. Yeah, they're building it in Bedfordshire in the UK. I think. At least they're doing stuff, though. Yeah, they're building it in Bedfordshire. I know that. Because I remember reading about it like when they announced it. Oh, I guess you've seen Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. Oh, the TV series. I have heard of the TV series. I haven't watched it, but I have seen like some images from it. Yeah, but you're going to be though, because they're building it. They are building it. They need to build. It's going to be packed because they've got to have builders around there ready to build it. We'll have some gardens around here. Yeah. Yeah, what I meant is if I go out of my house, yeah, I will see trees. If I go outside of my house, yeah, I will see trees and I will see hills. But not in a city. Would you go to the universe when it's open? Probably not, because I don't really like theme parks. Why don't you build an amusement park? I've done that on my survival world. I don't have an intention to build one on the city because you don't see them in cities. Where I'm from, you don't really see them in cities. You see them in the countryside. Yeah, I'm tempted to... I built one on my survival world, but I don't have an intention of building one on here just because you don't tend to see them in cities. They tend to be in the countryside. It's an idea. The reason that is normally because they want you to leave the cities. It's like a travelling experience, I think. I don't know though. I don't have an intention of making one, but we could make one. That might change though in the future. I don't know yet. Oh, pardon me, guys. It's very, very cold. Sorry, it's got really cold. Ooh. Yeah, it's freezing. Had you added other popular restaurants? Well, I've built KFC. Are you going to make this world public? I might do. I might do in the future. I don't know yet. McDonald's. Hold on. We got 1, 2. We've got 2 McDonald's here. We've got Pizza Hut over here. We've got KFC right here. We've got KFC here. We've got another KFC in another city, which is just over there somewhere. Oh, we've got a thing here as well. We've got game. We've got another game store a couple of miles this way. We've got another game store over here. We might build another McDonald's around here at some points. But I haven't really built any shops around here for a while. These are not shops, these are houses. I was tempted for a long time whether we build another row of these at the back here. I've already built CAX. Yes, I know what CAX is. I've built it, but not on here. I built it on my survival world. CX, great shop. It's not a gaming company though. It's not a gaming company. CX isn't a gaming company. They're just a whatever. They also sell films, video games, consoles, phones, computers. They're basically a shop that you just go and you can sell to. Basically, if you sell your old games and your old consoles that you don't want anymore, or your DVDs and things, they'll buy it from you. It's basically, there it is. This is all survival. This is generally survival, guys. This word's survival. Right, okay, let's quickly go over here. CEX, well, it's actually pronounced sex because it's the Central Exchange, they call it. The shop's called the Central Exchange. On the city, that Minecraft city I've had since 2017, but I only build on it periodically. I only build on it now, like periodically. I don't always go to it, but I've been on it Reese, I've been on it today just because. Yeah, decided to go on it today. Thank you to the people who subscribed. We are 45 subscribers off hitting 8,100. As it stands, guys, I would love to see if we could hit 10,000, 30,000 views this month. As it stands, we're 17,000 away from hitting that goal. We're setting our aim to hit 9,000 subscribers by the end of April. I would love to see if we could hit 10,000 subscribers this year. I'm getting closer and closer every day to hitting that goal. I would love to see if we could do that, guys. The idea is to hit 10,000 subscribers because this YouTube channel is 10 years old this year. Hello Dexter, welcome to the stream. I'm depressed. I'm sorry to hear that. I heard this one ad. It was horrible. They kept saying when you're bored you should need sex. Go to your local sex store and that. But it wasn't pronounced as CEX. But it was weird. No, but it's not called that. CEX actually does pronounce sex because it does actually pronounce that. It is actually pronounced. The shop is actually pronounced as sex because it's the central exchange. So basically, yeah, it is actually officially pronounced as sex. But I can tell you're young if you think that word is... The goal is 10k for now. Yeah, the goal is 10k for now. Because we are getting closer and closer to hitting that. So that's the aim. The aim is to hit... That is my aim. My aim is to hit that. My aim is to hit 10k. Because my YouTube channel's 10k. I'm sorry to hear that, Dex Dev. Are you okay? Oh. Oh, sorry guys, I just burped. I normally don't watch streams. Oh, thank you. That's really kind. That's really kind of you. Have a good rest of your day, Jaren. Thank you for watching the live stream, and I'll see you in the next one. I think this is because my streams are live. Look, if I tell you I'm going to break a block, guys, I generally will break a block because these streams are generally live. Whereas some of the streams you see nowadays aren't live; they're just loops trying to scam children. Have a good rest of your day, Jaren. Thank you for watching the stream, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a good rest of your day. What should we do now, guys? Sorry, I got cramp in my foot. But yeah, nowadays, a lot of these streams are like, oh, press this and you'll get a 6-7. Press this and you'll get a disco ball, whatever it is. And it's all fake because the idea is to scam children to subscribe and keep watching so you get more and more money. And it's technically true, guys. If you continue watching those streams, you just pay them more and more money because that's what they want. They want you to keep watching, so it drives up their ad revenue more and more and more and more and more. It makes me laugh sometimes with like how people don't realise that. Oh, I will tell you guys, it's cold. Oh, I just found a jumper, that's nice. Right. Right, let's go and put the jumper on. It's literally, guys, it's cold. Guys, I'm going to go AFK and get a sandwich. I will be back. I'll literally be back in like 10 minutes. Hold on. AFK getting a... pin message, there we go. I am back. I am back. Hello, Star and Hemel. Welcome to the stream. I apologise, guys. I went AFK to eat some food. I'm back, though. I'm back. So, perfecto. My controller's just got a bit stiff then. I'm back. Woo-hoo-hoo. I'm back. Do-do-do. Fantastic. Right, so let's get on with what we want to do. There's some buckets, some slabs. Five slabs. Let's put 5 here. 5. That's the center, isn't it? That's going to be good. Actually, bollocks. Before we go up there and do that, I need a bucket. I only did that, guys, so I've only did that so we can get rid of some slabs. We go up here, do that. We get rid of bollocks. Wait. A black hole the size of a pea could swap the whole Earth. Yeah. I didn't know that. I know it would be something. Well, it depends though, Pixel King. It wouldn't swallow up the whole. It wouldn't swallow up the whole of Earth, because Earth's much bigger than a pea. I'm stuck. I wouldn't swap the whole Earth. It would swallow it. It would do it slowly. It would be very, very slow. Yes, it would be. It would be compressed down. That's 100% true. It would be compressed down, yes, but not straight away. Right, let's just quickly go back and let's grab all of this at the same time. All the dirt around here should be filled up. All that got took over here. It would be, but it would take years. It would take years just due to the size. Due to it being really small at the start, like a pea, it would take quite a while at the start. Perfect. That fountain looks amazing. Hello, Marcel. Welcome back. Ooh. Ooh, I picked up a flower. The fountain looks so sick. Thank you. I wanted to get rid of some slabs, so sticking a fountain there looked quite nice. I had some slabs that I just wanted to get rid of, so I still got like 15 on me, so I could put another one. I could actually put another fountain in somewhere. Yeah. Oh. Right, so let's just go down here a minute, pick up some water. How is everybody on this stream? Yeah, that is true actually though. That is true. The size of a pea. But it would go very, very slowly. It would go very, very slowly. If it was the size of a pea, it would go very, very slowly. Oh, yeah. I read something recently that Jupiter is kind of like... I read something recently that Jupiter is kind of like Earth's big brother. I saw a thing the other day. Earth is like... I read something the other day, like Jupiter is like Earth's protective big brother because the gravity of Jupiter technically protects the gravity of Jupiter technically protects the Earth from... I'm as big as Jupiter. I doubt you're as big as Jupiter because Jupiter would fit one... If Jupiter was hollow, it would fit the Earth 1,400 times. 1,400 Earths could fit in Jupiter. So I doubt you're as big as Jupiter. 1,400 Earths could fit in Jupiter. When were you AFK? I left about 20 minutes ago to go make a sandwich. The gas wouldn't cover it though, Pixel King. The gas would be absorbed by it. So Jupiter cannot be a black hole. Because Jupiter, the gas would not be able to cover it. The gas would be pulled in. The only thing is Jupiter has no solid surface. Joe is as big as Jupiter. Well, I am quite overweight, but I'm not as big as Jupiter. I'm only like 215, 220 pounds at maximum. Jupiter is probably more like a trillion. It's more like a trillion, billion, trillion pounds. The mass of Jupiter is ridiculous. I'm joking, you're skinny. No, I'm not skinny. I'm not skinny. What, Jupiter? All boys go there to go stupid. What, to Jupiter? Well, they could go there. 97 kg. Roughly. I'm between 95 and 97, but who cares? I'm not counting. Anyway, going on that point, though, yeah, Jupiter's got nothing. Jupiter's got no surface. So if you were to go into Jupiter, you would just drop to the other side. But you'd be dead from the pressure. But the planet Jupiter is ridiculous on that regard. Like, Jupiter protects Earth technically from dangerous asteroids, but it can also act as an attacker because it also sometimes it could accidentally slingshot them. If I saw a black hole the size of a pea eating up another planet, I would just say, boy, you're fat. Yeah. You never know. You never know, though. But think about how small a pea is. Like a pea is probably the size of my fingernail. I saw that, but I saw that as well, Pixelkin. I saw that, but that's one group of scientists. Another group of scientists are saying something else. Another group of scientists are now saying that the Milky Way doesn't have a black hole in it. Another group of scientists are saying that another group of scientists are now saying we might not even have a black hole in the Milky Way. Guys, I'm going to London soon. Cool. I've never been to London myself. Actually, no, I have. Tell a lie, I have been to London. I've been to London once. Astrology. So basically, that's what I love about science fiction. You can make up shit. So, for example, I'm currently planning out a little bit for my science fiction novels where the main character, Agent 1, in a later story, starts off But if it's true that the universe is infinite, that means the sky would look pure white with all possible stars. But do you know why that is? Do you know why that is the case, Pixel King? It's because the stars we see in the sky are the ones that we can see. The stars we see in the sky are the ones which light has reached us. But it takes time for light to reach us. So, you know when they say, oh, like this planet is 4 light years away? A planet that's 4 light years away, it takes 4 years for that light to reach Earth. So basically, the reason you just can't see so many stars is because the light hasn't reached us yet. So, for example, a planet a million light years away, a planet that's a million light years away, the light will have only just reached us now from a million years ago. A planet that's 67 million light years away, that would be from 67 million years ago. It depends on how fast that light's come. So if a planet's 67 million light years away, it's taken 67 million years for that light to reach us. That's what it means. What about 1 billion and 60 million? Yeah, it would take 1 billion years. So, for example, a galaxy that's 100 million light years away would take 100 million years for us to get there. There's millions upon millions of stars. There's literally hundreds of millions of planets in every galaxy, and there's hundreds and trillions of planets and moons and stars in every galaxy, and there's trillions upon trillions of galaxies. If you guys get what I mean, we're not. I don't think we're in a black hole. That theory. It's basically. I just think we are. I don't think we're alone in the universe. I think the universe is just endless. The universe is just an endless thing. I think it's just something that's here. I don't know though. Yeah, on that point where the joke was I'm skinny, I'm not skinny. I'm actually pretty heavy. I can't be skinny. Where I can't be skinny. I can't. There's no physical way that I'm skinny. Well, I wouldn't say you look pregnant, but I wouldn't say that. That's just an odd way of putting it. But, you know, you were probably much shorter as well, so it's a weird thing, guys. Like when you're younger, what you think is overweight isn't actually overweight. Oh, sorry, I just farted. So, you know, I used to think 140 pounds was overweight. But obviously when I was younger, I used to think 140 pounds was overweight, but that's because when I was younger, it did look overweight for me. But now I've grown. Now obviously years later I've grown taller and that, it doesn't look it. Overweight is whatever you make it. Overweight's whatever you make it. It depends on everything, you know, your height, how active you are. Literally, I'm overweight, but when I did that We Fits stream the other week, we ran nearly the equivalent of 4,000 meters. We ran the equivalent of 4,000 meters. That's literally, I don't know, a mile. 4,300 meters into feet. We ran the equivalent of 14,000 feet. So 4,300 meters in miles. We ran the equivalent of 2 miles in that stream. You sounded like a dying elephant. Well, yeah, but it's because as I said, I am over 200 pounds, guys. But I sounded like a dying elephant, yeah. But I can still run a mile. I can still run a mile despite the fact that I'm closer to 220 pounds than, you know, 200. But it's a thing. It's whatever you make it. Yeah, 215 kg. No. I know a guy that's 190 kg, but I think I'd be dead. I don't think anyone here would survive being 215 kg. I can't even run. You can't even run. Is that just because you're really... is that because of a certain reason? Or is that just because you're not very fast? When I was younger, I wasn't very... When I was younger, when I ran, I wasn't very fast. I actually am quite rapid, though. Surprisingly, even though I'm over 200 pounds, I actually am quite rapid when I run. When I run, I actually am quite rapid, which is really funny. I always get tired of it. Is that because you're overweight or something like that? When you're younger and you are overweight, that can happen. You get tired even when you walk, or it could be a condition. There are basically like conditions that can cause that. There are conditions like, I don't know, metabolism stuff that can do that. We always love Joe Law. It's not Joe Law. It's just a thing. I have asthma. That would be why then. That would be why. That would be why then. Because of the asthma. It probably will be because of the asthma. I'm glad. I'm probably I'm pretty much the only person in my immediate family that doesn't have asthma, which is kind of good. I did sound like a dying elephant though, Pixel King. You are right. You don't have to say joking about that. I did sound like a dying elephant. But one thing I will say though is that I didn't give myself a migraine that time. If there was some way we could just push away. Nah, that would never happen. You could probably move it. You could probably move Earth. You could probably move Earth, change Earth's orbit until it goes past, if it's a tiny one. But I don't know. There's a film when they do that. Earth is dying, and the sun is dying. There's generally a film where they do that. The sun's dying, so they build massive engines, and they basically move Earth to a new solar system. So they using thrusters. They take it to a new place. They take it to a new solar system. Can't remember what film it was. Well, there's a way of doing it. So basically, if we lost the sun, I read something the other day. I actually read something really interesting the other day. The sun, when the sun expands, obviously it's always been foretold that the Earth will end when the sun expands. But I read something really interesting the other day. It said that when the sun expands, it will engulf Venus and Mercury. But there is a chance. There is actually a 10 to 30% chance that there's a 10 to 30% chance that Earth actually survives the sun expansion. When the sun expands, there is actually a chance that the Earth might survive it. There's actually quite a possible chance that it doesn't expand that far. While the sun is guaranteed to expand into a red giant and destroy the Earth's surface, there is a chance that the Earth will survive. If it loses enough mass to push the Earth's orbit outward, it might escape total consumption. Yeah, Jupiter, obviously, Mars. I think Mars will survive. I think Mars is going to survive. Ironically, they reckon Mars could become more habitable than Earth. Surprisingly, they reckon Mars could survive. Interesting, though. No, it will. That'll happen. That's already guaranteed. That's what will happen in about 2 billion years. The Earth's oceans will evaporate, but that's already guaranteed that will happen. Pretty much. But basically, there's another data that came out about that they reckon the sun's expansion might not actually reach Earth, because the sun is 93 million miles away. Mercury is up. Mercury is too close to the is far too close to the sun. 5 billion. Yeah, it's about 5 to 7 billion. They give or take a billion, 2 billion years. They don't actually know. They don't actually know if it's going to happen. That's the thing. Have you heard of the horror film called Brightburn? Yeah, you mentioned this yesterday. I have. The sun could shrink too. Well, it wouldn't shrink. It wouldn't shrink, but they don't actually know what's going to happen. Congrats on getting 2 subs. I haven't even checked the subscriber count. Yeah, thank you for that comment, actually. Calamity of Joe, the dying elephant. That's why I did the stream downstairs. That's why I did the stream downstairs last week. Because I was nervous of doing the run-in one upstairs. Because these floorboards under my feet aren't very weak. So if I jump up or do anything like running and do like run on a spot, there is a chance that, you know, the floorboards will creak, and sometimes you can see the floorboards going up and down from below them. That's why I did it downstairs, because the downstairs floor is much stronger. I'll tell you how bad these floorboards are, guys. I'll tell you how bad these floorboards are. Have you guys ever seen like really bad floorboards? Do you know? Have you guys ever seen like really bad floorboards? How floorboards? So, right. So, yep. If I put the weight, you know, like a weighing scales that you stand on to weigh yourself. If I put it on the bathroom floor, it will give me 5 different weights. If I put the weighing scales on the bathroom floor, it will give me 5 different weights, because if you move the weighing scales, it will give you a completely different number, because how weak the floorboards are. So, for example, if I were to go literally, I'll tell you what, I'll do it. If I go and grab the weighing scales, if I go stand on the weighing scales, generally now, I guarantee you it will give me 5 different numbers. Generally, I'm gonna go and do that. I will tell you how bad these floorboards are. I'm gonna get on that and grab that weighing scales. Generally, it will give me 5 different numbers, and it could be as high as 10 to 15 pounds lower each time. I'm gonna mute myself a second. I'm gonna prove it. Right, I'm back. Generally. Right, I'm back, guys. We've done an experiment. I've done the experiment. This is how bad the floorboards are. For the first time, so stepped on it. I put it down, stepped on it, 14 stone 2. It then said 13 stone 6. And let me change that into pounds, guys. Oh, 89 kg. 14 stone 2 is 89 kg. So for the American audience, that's 198 pounds. So 198. Then it said 13 6. 13 stone 6. That's 188 pounds. So I've lost 10 pounds there. I've lost 10 pounds there just by moving the weighing scales a tiny tad. And then it said so it said 13 stone 6, 14 stone 2. Then it said 15 stone 2. So I've gained 14 pounds there by just moving the weighing scales. And then it gave me 15 stone 6. So as I said, that's how bad the floorboards are. It basically, if you stick a weighing scales down, it will give you different numbers. Because of how weak the floorboards are, it'll give you different numbers. So I've just gone from 180. I've gained almost 30 pounds just by moving the weighing scales. So I've lost 30 pounds just by moving the weighing scales a couple of inches. Yeah, so that's how bad the floorboards are. Which is why I didn't, when I was streaming, I did it downstairs, because I didn't want to go through the floorboards. But on that regard, though, a relative of mine did that, moved the weighing scales a bit and lost 10 kg. Cool. A relative of mine lost 10 kg by it. So they lost 22 pounds just by moving the scale. It's ridiculous, but that's funny. So, do you guys want to know how much weight it thought I lost? It thought when I moved it 2 stone. So I lost 28 pounds then by moving the scale an inch. That's how bad the floorboards are. The highest number to the lowest number was 2 stone. Hilarious. It's CX. Yes, CX. Sex, as we call it. CX sex. That's what it's called. The Central Exchange. They the shop owners. The shop they call themselves Sex. Yeah. But that's just how bad. As I said, that's how bad the floorboards are. Like, I don't even know. So when I make jokes about being overweight, guys, I don't even know what my weight is, because I can't use a genuine number from the weighing scales. I can't use a genuine number from the weighing scale, so I don't even know how much I weigh anymore. Because I can't tell if the lowest number is right or the highest number is right. Top 3 right now are all German. Yeah, that's happened before in the UK as well. In the UK, in the Summer Olympics, the UK picked up gold, silver and bronze. Welcome back, Orway. I just made a joke about how bad my floorboards are. I made a joke about how bad the floorboards are, and I gave a little experiment. I gave an experiment about how bad these floorboards are. I put a weighing scales down in the bathroom, guys, stepped on it, and then moved the weighing scales 2 or 3 times. And I went, and my weight jumped up different, like 30 pounds each time. An Austrian woman got top. Yeah, some of those sports have smaller countries are very good at. It's a really interesting point of view in that, like the sports. It's a sport. Yeah, it's a good sport, actually. It's a good sport. It's just it's one of those. It's bad if it goes wrong. With the skeleton, it's bad if you go wrong. Due to the speed that they go at, due to the speed that they go at, you've got to be really good at it, and it's one of those as well. Oh, pardon me. That sports, you've got to be that sport's a really interesting one where basically even your that sport though is a very challenging one because you've got to be, it's one of those, your body type builds into that one. 170s, yeah, that's about well, that's kilometers per hour, isn't it? I don't know what that is. I don't know what kilometers, 170 kilometers per hour is. km to pmh, because I use pmh because I'm British. Yeah, 105 miles an hour. That's 105 miles an hour. Europe uses kilometers. The UK has never switched from miles. 105 miles per hour. The thing is, that sport though is a really interesting one where basically your body builds into it. So, you know, people with like wider shoulders, you know, bigger bodies don't really do well in it because it tends to be people who are very skinny play massive into those sports. Yeah, it's one of those. Like they mentioned it last night. Most of the people in that sport last night, most of the people in the men's one last night were tall but had very, very slim bodies, because you know the slimmer they were at the top, on the top half of their body, the more aerodynamic they are. It's a really interesting sport. You know, if some people are heavier, they're not going to build up that speed going down. You can throw a football 90 yards. Jesus. Oh, you're talking about American football. I'm like, 90 yards is a lot. I would say rugby in that regard. Rugby, American football, and well, obviously American football is basically rugby, except you wear helmets and protection. Except in rugby you don't. It's basically just men smashing into each other. And we had to do that in school, guys, with no headgear or anything like that. In school we had to do it with no headgear, and we had to do genuine tackling. Hello, Sterren Hemmel, welcome to the stream. I saw your comment earlier on. I just gone AFK for lunch, for dinner when I saw your comment. Going on that regard though as well, like when I was in school, guys, they forced us to do rugby, and generally that was just unfair. Rugby in schools was horrible because, you know, they had all the heavy people on one side of the class. It's very hard to play rugby if you're skinny. You know, I got decked by someone that was literally probably 200 pounds heavier than I was. I generally got decked by someone that was probably near 90 kg heavier than I was. I got wiped out like a can of beans. Yeah, rugby's a fun one though. Rugby's a fun one. Like, one thing I was good at though was I was quick. The one thing I was good at was that I was quick. I preferred football though. I'll admit I preferred football. I'll definitely admit to you guys here though. I'll admit I preferred playing football. But because I believed I was better at football. Well, I was similar. I wasn't like ridiculously heavy when I was younger, but I could run in and tackle someone. Like, I do remember this one. I tackled someone and they gave it a free kick. It was a perfectly good. They gave a free kick. and it wasn't a free kick. The guy should have got up. The guy was shorter than me, but he was heavier, and I just wiped him out. I can kick a football 30 yards. I can kick a football quite far, to be honest. I can kick a football quite far. But I wiped a guy out in football, and the teacher was like blue and gave a free kick, and I wiped a kid out, and I just I didn't think it was a foul. I thought he just went down too easily. Oh, but you're a little bit taller than he is. I'm like, but he's probably like 60 pounds heavier than I am. Who cares? No, I could kick a ball quite far. I could kick a ball quite far, but it's the way I kick it. A friend of mine who was in my college course said to me, "You kick it like a defender," because I would kick the ball, but then you wouldn't hear me kick it, and you could just hear the ball whistling through the air. And he said to me, my friend said to me, "When you got a defender's foot," he goes, "because you just put your foot through it." And I did. I used to just put my foot through it whilst I was playing. I enjoyed it though. I never broke anyone's legs. In football. Not intentionally. I never broke any. I'm joking, guys. I never broke anyone's legs. I did injure my ankle though in a sports lesson in school, in physical sports in school, because so you lob rather than whipping it. Yeah, because I was never that good at kicking the ball. I can kick a ball. I can tackle you. I could tackle you. I could dispossess you if I had to. But I couldn't kick it that hard. I couldn't kick it, so I would just lob it. But I would often lob it and just get it to where I needed to go. Or I would just... I couldn't dribble. I couldn't dribble the ball. So I would either tackle someone, get up and pass the ball to someone who could. Or I would just lob it downfield. But it was fun. I used to love doing it. Because every week was funny. Yeah, I loved playing football in schools because it was wild. You didn't know what was going to happen. Someone took a corner. We had a kid that he was all right, but he was a bit whingy. He was always a bit whingy sometimes. And someone went to take the throw in. Men's 1500 meters. I won that when I was in school. The 1500 meters race. I won that. No, sorry, the 800. I won the 800 meters. Nintendo Switch. I won the 800 meters race, which I don't know how. I just won it, and then I won it the year later as well. I won that when I was in school. I remember that. Everyone was jokingly taking bets on me because people that were bullying me were taking bets on me. As a joke. Oh, I'm going to bet on him. And everyone was laughing. And that's how I won the race. And then they won the bet. Which was just... It was funny. I remember that. And all these guys were just taking the piss at me. I'm jokingly betting on Joe. And... I'm jokingly betting on Joe. And I somehow won the race. And the guy that bet on me, I've never seen his face so angry because he was jokingly putting a bet on me, and then I ended up winning. And I've never seen his face so angry because I showed him up. I used to do fencing too. Fencing's an interesting one. You don't often see that anymore. Fencing's a sport that you don't often see anymore. That is something you don't often see anymore. Oh. Hello, Creepity. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. $400 of you have watched this stream today, guys. 400 of you. There's no way, lol. Once in 3rd grade, I was like heavy than 2. Once in 3rd, I was heavy than 2, you know. I was heavy than 2. I'm trying to work out what you mean. I think than's meant to be then. Okay. The guy was doing a 1v1 in front of the whole class, and he put me against Mr. Charmin, like as tall as me. But somehow, I don't know, he was so shit at running, I beat him in the race. Yeah, I had that. I had that. I won the race 2 years, and I won the race 2 years in a row, and it was just funny. Well, no, I was really happy because the guy that came second sorry for my language, guys, but the guy that came second was a cunt. He was just really rude, and he basically, across my 5 years of secondary school, high school, as you might call it in America or in other places, this guy was just rude to me the whole time. Like, he just treated me like shit. He just... any chance he got to give me like a comment about how stupid or retarded I was, or useless, or this, he would. And this guy was just like, he was, well, there's no other word than a cunt. But that's my silver lining. That's my silver line. My silver lining was, in the 800-meter race, I saw him crying because I was half the field ahead of him. I saw him crying because I was half the field ahead of him, and there was no way he was going to catch up. He was absolutely trying to sprint it, and there was absolutely no way that he was going to catch up. But I think the Switch 2 is still cool. Well, the Switch is still cool. The Switch still runs. It's amazing. But, you know, Switch 2's just more powerful. You know, it's got more games. So, I had to archive lots of my games on the Switch. I don't have to do that here. If you get what I mean. Because it's so much more... There's more storage. Yeah, so I could understand that ROA. Some people just think they're the best and they're not the best. Oh yeah. I don't even know what I don't even know what's part of the Olympics you're watching. You said the 1500 meters. I love the Winter Olympics. I haven't watched all of it. I watched Britain in the skeleton last night. I watched Britain win gold last night. I do want to watch... There probably won't be a stream tomorrow, though, because I want to watch the bobsleigh. I really like the bobsleigh sports. I wonder if Jamaica have entered again. Jamaica always enter a bobsleigh team, despite the fact they don't even have snow in Jamaica. Yeah, the Jamaica bobsled team. Yeah, because obviously Cool Runnings is based on that. Um, Obviously Jamaica, the UK, Jamaica always submit a team in the bobsleigh. 1988 they didn't. 1988 they didn't finish, but they crashed. They crashed just before the. They crashed just before the. Just before the in 1980 in 1998 they crashed in the final, and they picked up the bobsleigh and they carried it across the line, and they walked and they carried it across the line, which is just, it's an amazing. Obviously, Silent Running is an amazing film. It's one of John Candy's last films, and John Candy's just obviously an amazing comedian. He's so funny. According to this, Raheem Sterling had talks with Everton over a possible move. He had talks with Everton, but he's gone somewhere else. He's a big admirer of David Moyes, but he wasn't offered regular game time though. He wasn't offered a starter. It's a great film. John Candy is a great comedian. Like, he's brilliant in films. I love him in Uncle Buck. In Uncle Buck, he's an amazing film. I love the bit he threatens his he knows his girlfriend. He knows his niece's boyfriend's gonna cheat on her. So basically, when she does, he threatens her with a drill. He goes, "I'm a part-time dentist," and he ties him up in a boot, and then they threaten him with a drill. It's a really funny scene. It's a really funny scene in that film. But yeah, they threaten him with a drill, but it's the way they do it's amazing. Oh, has Tia told you that I'm a part-time dentist, and he's there with a drill? I love the bit later on. I'm sorry. And then they let him out of the back of the boot, and then he goes, "I'm not sorry, you bitch," or something like that. So John Candy stops driving, he gets out with a golf club and just smacks a golf ball at him. I love my new graphics card. Can run shaders. Plus 80 FPS is relatively unheard of. That's good. Yeah, I can't remember the bit, but John Candy stops his car, gets out, sticks a golf ball on the floor, and then just comes and smacks it at the guy and hits him in the back. And the guy calls him I think he calls him something, and then he grabs another one and just smacks it straight in his head and knocks him out. Great film. Obviously, actually, he snuck the six. That might be it. The bit when he hits him with a golf club. That's just after he's threatened him with a drill. He's apologised, but then the kid turns around and shouts, "I'm not sorry. You're dead." And he just stops the car, gets out, and drops the golf ball and smacks it at him. John Candy's a brilliant film. I love the bit later on John Candy was a great comedian. I love the bit in Cool Runnings with I love the bit in Cool Runnings when he's with the guy in the helmet. The Jamaican guy can't get the helmet on, and John Candy just goes there and smacks it onto his head like like the whack-a-mole things. When it pops up, when the little bunny pops up and he hits it with a hammer. It's like that. He just goes and smacks it back down. I have to give it off if Joe approves. Well, great comedian. He's a great comedian. And he was taken far too soon, really. John Candy, when he died, he was only like mid-40s. John Candy was only mid-40s. Oh, I thought he was talking about the scene with the golf ball. Oh, what was I going to say? There's another... What's everyone's favourite comedy film? Comedy films. What's everyone's favourite comedy? Oh, pardon me. Oh. Yeah, my laptop. I think my laptop's a 4050. My laptop's a 4050. I think. Yeah. Well, yeah. What's everyone's favorite comedy film? I've got a couple of comedy films I think I love. I've got some DVDs on my shelf, guys. That, oh, what's this book? Oh, it's The Art of Dramatic Writing by Lajos Egri. Yes, so I can tell you guys, one of my favorite comedy film of all time is either the On the Buses trilogy or the Johnny English trilogy. The Johnny English trilogy is so funny. If you've never heard of Johnny English, it's basically the guy that played Mr. Bean, Rowan Atkinson, who played Mr. Bean in the 90s. He did TV advertisements for Barclaycard. Barclays Bank, basically in the UK. Rowan Atkinson did advertisements for them as a spy, basically saying about how secure their banks were. He did hello Marcel, welcome back. Johnny, he did little advertisements about for Barclaycard, but in the Barclaycard adverts, he was a shit agent. He was like a shit spy. So basically, because he did that character, him and one of his him and who was it? Was it Richard Curtis? It might have been Richard Curtis. I think it was him and Richard Curtis. Did Richard Curtis have anything to do with Johnny English? Obviously, he's one of Richard Curtis is probably Richard Curtis is one of the greatest comedians ever. He wrote 4 sitcoms. He wrote Blackadder, he wrote Mr. Bean, and The Vicar of Dibley. But obviously, Blackadder and Mr. Bean he wrote with Rowan Atkinson. I thought he did Johnny English as well, but he didn't. Who wrote Johnny English then? Who wrote Johnny English? Oh, Peter Howitt wrote it. But yeah, they took Rowan Atkinson's Johnny English character from his Barclaycard adverts, and they made a whole film on it. And he's a very shit agent. Probably La Vita e Bella. It's a funny and kind of sad film at the same time. Yeah, Johnny English is basically a parody of James Bond. It's basically a parody of James Bond, but he's like a shit James Bond. There's a real funny scene in the third one where he sticks a VR helmet on to map out a location, and he accidentally leaves the room that he's in. So when he thinks he's fighting with nunchucks in VR against this attacker, but he doesn't actually. What he doesn't know is he's actually beating a guy up with 2 baguettes in reality. He's beating a guy in a bread shop. You know, he thinks a young lady. He thinks an assassin has a gun launched at him, but he's actually nicking an old woman's umbrella, and then he's there with the umbrella with the VR headset going on, pretending to shooting people because he thinks he's shooting people in game. He's lost all. He's all immersed, and he's lost like reality of where he is. So he gets onto the back of a bus and he fights someone on the back of a bus. I probably have mentioned it. I probably have mentioned them in there. Let me just. I'll I'll put the picture of the in my Discord server. I'll put in the film section. In the film section, I will put a picture of what the film looks like. Yeah, the movie's. I'll put a picture of what like the image looks like for it. It's basically James Bond. It's basically James Bond, but Rowan Atkinson is a shit James Bond. The whole point is Rowan Atkinson is a shit James Bond. So everything that James Bond would do, he does, but he does it shit. So there's a really funny bit in it somewhere where he incorrectly takes a pill. He wants to take sleeping pills in the third one, and he takes the wrong ones. He takes hyper pills. So he ends up drugging himself, so he's really, really hyperactive. And he's there dancing. He's there dancing in a bloody nightclub. Doesn't realise that the woman he's dancing with is trying to kill him. No, that's Mr. Bean. That's Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean's another character he did, but Mr. Bean is totally separate. Johnny English Mr. Bean came from him trying to find something that would be funny with no words. Johnny English comes from, he used to do adverts for Barclaycard as a shit agent. So they took the shit agent of what he was doing for Barclaycard, and they basically made it into a film. They're doing a fourth one, but those films were so... it's basically like Austin Powers, except a bit more chaotic. There's a real funny bit in one of them where... he's spotted. There's a one where he basically... he thinks he's got a machine to get him up into a building, and it actually pops up, and it's actually a siren, and it says, "Agent in distress, agent in distress, I am over here," and he's trying to be secretive. So he shoves it, and he's in Switzerland actually. He shoves it into a load of snow, trying to cool it down. Yeah. Well, he's not grumpy. The whole point, he's totally not. He's nothing to do with Mr. Bean. He's basically, Johnny English thinks he's the greatest man alive. The whole point of like Johnny English is Johnny English thinks he's wants to be a great agent. He's had dreams of being the best agent, and the thing is, he's clumsy. It's one of those. It's like he dreams of being the best agent. He dreams he's the best agent in the world, but he's actually really clumsy. But there's a real funny bit, and he's there with a siren, and he's like, shit, shoves it into the snow, and then sits on it to stop the sound, shouting, "Agent in distress, I am over here," and then suddenly you hear deploying flare. No, I mean the actor. Well, no, Rowan Atkinson isn't grumpy. Rowan Atkinson's actually very, very smart. He's actually really, really smart. He's actually got a really, really high IQ, whatever they call it. He's actually got a really, really high IQ. He's actually really, really smart. So everything he does, all his comedy comes from the fact of how smart he is. Hello, Pointier KZ. Welcome to the stream. All of Rowan Atkinson's stuff comes from he's actually really, really smart. He's not like he's not grumpy. It all comes from he's actually really, really smart. Yeah, Rowan Atkinson has an exceptionally high IQ, reported to be 178, which sticks him in the genius category. Ironically, apart from his comedic success, he actually holds a degree in electrical engineering. He also has a master's degree from Oxford University. He's actually really, really smart. In fact, I just said hi in the Discord server. Did you? Who named me Lord Orway? I did. I named you Lord Orway as a joke. I was like, I want to name someone Lord. Who do I pick? And I saw your name pop up because I think you appeared online. So I thought, right, you're going to be a Lord from now on. It was either that or I changed your name to Joseph Fat Bastard like I did everyone else as a joke. I changed everyone's names to Joseph Fat Bastard as a joke because basically my friend changed his name. Am I the lab rat? No, sometimes I change people's names as a joke just because it's fun. It's a little bit of banter. It's a bit of banter just to see if people actually notice. So basically, I changed Decepted changed his name to Joseph Fat Bastard to see if people actually noticed. I changed like 30 people's names to Joe as a Fat Bastard, and a lot of people haven't noticed. So if you scroll down, there's about 20 or 25 Joe is a Fat Bastards. It's kind of fun. I did it as a joke. It's kind of funny. It very funny. That was like a month ago, yeah. So let's have a look, shall we? Burger Potato and the Real Communist have not changed their names back, so they're both still Joe's a Fat Bastards. No one in the My Originals chat. So if we go down, okay. Joe's a Fat Bastard. Joe's a Fat Bastard. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, we got it. There's probably about 40 people in here still called it. Thank you. This Discord server will be a year old next month. Trent is in the back lineup today. Cool. I really hoped he scored for Real Madrid when they played Liverpool in the Champions League. Because some of the shit those Liverpool fans gave him was wrong. You know, he's not a snake. His contract was running down and he wanted a new challenge. That's not a snake. You know, if he was a snake, he'd have deliberately scored an own goal to stop Liverpool winning the league. That's not a snake. If he'd have forced his way out and said no, and said like fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, yeah, you can call him a snake. That's not being a snake. Leaving when your contract runs up is not being a snake. That cracked me up when I saw that. I'm like, it could be like Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon basically went on strike. Anthony Gordon had played for Everton from when he was 7 years old. He'd played for Everton for... He played for Everton for 15 years and then he just fucked off. I wouldn't say Atletico. I can't see it. Atletico, I think, is a good team. I think Atletico aren't that bad of a team. But the problem with Atletico is that I don't think they have the funds that Barca and Real have. Barca and Real just have really good, are really well run in that regard. But, well, talking about that though, Orway, when Liverpool won the Premier League for the first time back in when Liverpool won the Premier League in 2019, a Liverpool fan went and set fire to Everton's Everton's greatest ever striker. A Liverpool fan set fire to Dixie Dean's statue. So Dixie Dean, who was Everton's greatest ever striker, he bagged 340 goals, and he bagged like 383. Courtois. I didn't know Courtois played for them. Courtois, I don't like Courtois. I didn't like Courtois. I didn't realise he was 6. I thought he was shorter than that. I thought he was shorter than, I didn't realise he was 6'7". I didn't realise he was 6'7". I thought he was shorter than that. I thought he was like 6'4". I did not know that he played for Atletico Madrid. Oh, he played there on loan. I didn't know that. I know he played for Chelsea, of course, because I can remember when he left Chelsea. Ironically, he had an affair with Kevin De Bruyne's girlfriend. Which I do know that. What was it? Thibault, Kevin De Bruyne's girlfriend at the time said, Thibault gave what Thibault gave me in one night is what De Bruyne didn't give me in 3 years or something like that. That's just wrong. That's just wrong. $85 subscribers, cool. I can't understand throwing lighters at someone, throwing used diapers, underpants or we call them nappies. He still do. She's his wife. Oh really? I didn't know that. But that's funny. That story is funny. That's really funny actually. But I can understand being unhappy with Courtois, that you were on loan there for 3 years and that you went to their biggest rivals. Like, I can understand that. Like, Everton fans wouldn't like a former Everton player to go to Liverpool. Like, Everton fans wouldn't like one of their former players to go to Liverpool. I can understand that. But throwing shit at them is wrong. Throwing shit at him is wrong. I can understand you'd be annoyed. Oh wait, you played for Atletico, but then you've signed for Real Madrid and you've played for Real Madrid as well. You don't often see that in the English Premier League now, though. Players playing for both Man United and Man City, or Liverpool and Everton, you don't often see that anymore. The last person to play for Everton and Liverpool was over 20 years ago. Last person to have played for both Everton and Liverpool. The last person to... Oh, Connor Cody, sorry. Connor Cody. I forgot about Connor Cody because Connor Cody was only on loan at Everton, but I don't think that counts because he only played like 2 games for Liverpool. I don't know whether that counts. Oh yeah. Maybe Everton might call him a traitor if he went to if he left Everton and went to Liverpool. If he left and then went to their biggest rivals, Everton might call him a snake. But if your contract's going up and you don't want to sign a new one, they're not going to do that. Well, they did it with Calvert-Lewin. But that was... can you speak Netherlands? I can't. I can't speak Dutch, I'm afraid. Everton did it... Some Everton fans did it with Dominic Calvert-Lewin because I can understand why they were annoyed that they were annoyed. Everton fans were annoyed that he hardly scored for the last 5 years and then just left. But it's one of those. I kind of wanted Calvert-Lewin to go. I'm actually really happy he's doing well with Leeds. I'm really happy he's doing well with Leeds because I think he needed a change. I think he needed a change of location. Apparently, though, goal, Gonzalo Garcia. They start football really weirdly there. They start football really weirdly there. In Spain, it seems to be they start the league. They start the league when they start the game whenever they think. That's what Mbappe, most likely, or actually Mbappe or shit. I've just turned the telly off. I put my hand down on the remote. Mbappe or Vinicius, I'm gonna say. Or Vinny Jr. probably, most likely. Unless it's no. Unless it's Bellingham. After I said I thought Bellingham was wasn't going to amount to anything, which I didn't at the time. Trent, that's funny. That oh, I need to bring back forfeit FIFA, guys. I need to bring back forfeit FIFA. I haven't played FIFA much recently. I need to bring back forfeit FIFA, but we'll redo forfeit FIFA. But perhaps we'll make that £93 million joke again when we sign Trent for Everton. That was actually. Then he scored. He got an assist against Man United actually, which is pretty funny. Perhaps I'll do that. I just haven't got. I haven't got the time to do it at the moment. But I haven't got the time to do it at the moment. But I will do that sometime. I'll bring it back, but we'll redo it because. We'll redo it. And we'll make it. We'll make it funner. $55 of you are subscribed. Hitting 8K, hitting 9K will be our next challenge, I think. I don't know how long I'm going to stream for tonight, guys, because I'm trying to finish a book off at the time as well. I've got aspirations, guys, of finishing one of my books. This book I'm working on tonight, because I've got another book that I want to write. I've got 2 books I want to write this year. I want to write 2 books this year. So as soon as I can get this one done, I can start planning working on this other one, which I have got ideas for, guys, but I'm currently just rejigging around. But yeah, that's the plan. We have to reach 10K this year. That's the plan, because my YouTube channel will be 10 years old this year. I created this YouTube channel when I was 13. I created this when I was 13. So I was almost 14. I was like 2 weeks off my 14th birthday. Loser pool are playing too. In the FA Cup, yeah, I'm hoping a lot of the bigger teams go out. I want to see someone different win it, like Palace winning it last year. So who's out? Okay. Leicester is out. Mansfield Town, who were in League One, knocked out Burnley of the Premier League today. So Burnley are out. Southampton knocked out Leicester. Southampton played Leicester in the Championship a few days ago and were 3-0 down at half time. Southampton scored 4 in the second half and won 4-3. Newcastle knocked out Aston Villa. Tammy Abraham scored. That pissed me off. Tammy Abraham was confirmed. Everton were going to sign Tammy Abraham a few years ago. Roma practically agreed the signing, and then he injured himself in training literally the day later. So the Everton's transfer of Tammy Abraham a few years ago got cancelled because his £20 million move to Everton got fell apart due to him getting injured. Sandro Tonali and Nick Voltemade scored 3 goals in the last 30 minutes to knock out Aston Villa. Aston Villa played the whole second half with 10 men. Jesus, Who else is out? Liverpool, Brighton is currently 0-0. Brighton have had the better chances though, so I think Brighton will win this. I think Brighton will win that match, and I'm hoping Brighton do. Brighton knocked out Man United in the last one. I hope they knock out Liverpool in this one. No, Brighton's manager though. Brighton's manager makes me feel so old. Brighton's manager made me feel old. Brighton's manager is only 9 years older than me. Brighton's manager is only 9 years older than I am. That's the first. Brighton's manager is ridiculously young. It made me feel old. Like, hold on, we've now got a football manager that's... The Premier League has a football manager that's only a couple of years, 9 years older than me. Fabian Hertzler is only 9 years older than I am. He's only 30. He's 33 in a week or two's time. He's not done that bad for Brighton, really. 30 wins, 31 wins, 24 draws, 20 losses. Obviously, they're playing now. This could be his 32nd win. 130 scored, 103 conceded. But nobody had heard of him. When Brighton hired him, if you don't know, Bellingham is out for a month and a half. Yeah, I didn't know that. He's a good player. I didn't think he would amount to anything at the start, though. I thought that when they brought him into the England squad when he was like 17, I was like, you know, someone's got to say something on the behind the scenes, because I'm like, this guy isn't that good. Obviously, he's now amazing. I still don't think he's worth 150 million though. Whatever they signed him for, over 100 million, I didn't think he was that much. His transfer fee was 115 million, so 115 million in euros. £115 million in euros is 132 million euro. £115 million in euros is 132 million. I don't think he's worth 132 million euros. I don't think any player's worth over 100 million. Are all for him? He wasn't that bad. He's not that bad for England. It's not that bad for England. Joe, look at my latest comment. You should do a challenge. Whoever gets the most points to be put on a sign. We could do that in the future. Well, at the moment, it's Marcel. Marcel has 350. You have 225. Pixel King has 225. YouTuber Hubo has 150. Sterren Hemmel has 150. Oraway has 150. Warsadik 53 has 150. Eduardo has 150. Vera has 75. So far there has been on today's stream there has been about 30 different commenters. Congrats on the 1 sub. Oh, we gained a sub. Joe, it seems I gained a sub. I don't remember why. I don't know. I've had a few people today that said that they've unsubbed, but they don't know why. It could just be a glitch. It could be a glitch. I generally don't know. It could just be a glitch. But YouTube does that sometimes. Who's Joe? Me. Hello, Fish Splash Roblox. Welcome to the stream. Well, I imagine that means Roblox. Yeah, I think it might be a glitch. Hello, Marcel. Welcome back. I think it could be a bit of a glitch. I don't know. I've seen that. I haven't seen that before. I'll never sub to you. You're a bully and I hate you. Thanks. I've never bullied someone in my life. I was the bullied. I've never bullied anyone in my life. I was bullied. Well, if I was bullied, why would you bully someone? Hello, Concordastic Aviator. Welcome to the stream. Haven't seen you on the streams in a while. Welcome back. Ban Oraway. Why? Nah, I'm not going to ban Oraway because Oraway's jokes. His stuff on football is pretty funny. And some of his comments are pretty funny. So, I'm not going to ban people I'm not going to ban people just because somebody doesn't like somebody. Ban me. Ban me. Oh, that's what YouTuber Hubu said to me in my Discord server. He basically called another person a rat in there, and he asked me to ban him. And then he said, "Ban me, I can ban myself." And then he just left. That was one of the funniest streams I've seen in a while. He just went, "Ban me." Yeah, he just said, "Ban me," but basically, YouTuber Hubu, I think he's a nice. He sounds like a nice guy, but sometimes I don't think he thinks about what he comments. So he keeps joining Decepted's. My friend Decepted. He keeps joining Decepted's Discord VC. He keeps joining my friend Decepted's Discord servers VC, but then he doesn't stop talking, but he goes and he says things like yeah, this guy, this guy was a bit of an attention seeker. But this guy will join my friend's Discord server and keep saying our names. And then when you say what, he won't stop. And then he won't say anything. So basically, he kept saying, Joe, 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 Joe. And then you ask, like, what? And then he doesn't say anything. Are you ever going to do a face reveal, Joe? Maybe for 10k. Maybe for 10k, you guys can see my ugly mug. I'm joking, guys. I'm not actually ugly. I'm only ugly on the outside. I'm joking. Joe. Yeah, but this guy, what he'll do, he'll keep saying it in my friend's Discord VC. And then when you go, what? He won't say anything. It's so funny. And then he asks you really stupid questions like, do you like blood? I'm like, what? Where does this come from? Do you like blood? And of course, I was like, I suddenly went, blah, blah, blah. I like blood. My name is Dracula. I was joking. And of course, this guy took it 100%. This guy took it 100% seriously. He thought I was a vampire. So I had flashbacks. Yeah. I'm quite a fan of dark humor though. I do like some forms of dark humor. Some forms of dark humor are actually quite funny. So I have made some dark humor before. Some dark jokes. I made a dark joke. I saw two clips I saw two clips that I come across. And I knew that they fit together really well. I took an explosion from somewhere a few years ago, and I took the scene from Lord of the Rings, the one when you hear Aragorn shouting. You heard Aragorn shouting, "Legolas, kill him!" And the bit when the orc, the Uruk-hai jumps into the wall of Hound's Deep, and then I changed it to a huge explosion that's happened somewhere in the world, and it just Legolas, kill him, and then it suddenly goes to this building just blowing up, and it was while it's dark humor, it's it's not offending any. If it's not offending anyone, then why complain? Like some people nowadays though just want to complain because it means they can do something. Oh, yeah, that one was partially wrong, but basically the guy kept making like dirty jokes, and he was from Alabama, so I made the joke. So this guy in my streams, he's from Alabama, and he put this in my Discord server. This guy in my streams, he's from Alabama, so like sweet home Alabama. This guy puts in a comment. He goes, "Oh my, I work in McDonald's, and my girlfriend smacked my McMuffin, so I turned her around and gave her McStuffins, and I put, we wasn't your sister, was it?" I was joking, guys. And ironically, he found it funny himself. The guy that was generally from Alabama who watches the streams generally found it funny as well. Like, even he laughed. But it was a joke. I have absolutely no idea, Concord Astic Aviator. Rayo Sociedad 2-1, 25 minutes. Who scored them, Orway? Because for me on Google, it says Mikel Ozzabal has scored for Real Sociedad. It says obviously Gonzalo Garcia, but it doesn't actually say who scored for Real Madrid. Who has scored for Real Madrid for their second goal? Oh, Vinicius Jr., 25 minutes. At least you get penalties in the Serie A. Sorry, in the French and Spanish leagues. Because Everton always seem... Whenever Everton have a penalty decision, they always find a way not to give Everton a penalty. Everton should have had a penalty. Everton lost to Arsenal in December, and the Referees Association have come out and apologised, saying that Everton should have had a Stonewall penalty against Arsenal. Everton's striker controlled the ball. Everton's striker controlled the ball in the box, but I can't remember who the William Saliba. I remember his name now. William Saliba totally missed the ball and booted Tiana Barry on the ankle. So it should have been a penalty. And the referees association have apologised and said, "Oh yeah, you should have had a penalty." But I hate when they do that after the match. Like, if you think it's a penalty after the match, how did you not think it was a penalty inside the match? Yes. I should be doing Lego Batman. I should have done it yesterday. I should have done it on Thursday. I should have done Lego Batman on Thursday, but I got real busy. Why do you have infinite saturation? Because this is Legacy Console Edition, so the saturation stays the same. Are you talking about my hearts? My hearts don't drop down because I'm in peaceful mode at the moment. I do play other games, Fish Splash. I do play other games. I play FIFA, some of the old Lego streams, some of the old Lego games. I need to do Lego Batman 2. I'm going to do it, guys. I've just been a little busy. Maybe I'll film some. Maybe I'll film some of it. I love this yellow dude, yo. Cool. Me sheep. There's me sheep. I want to show you my floating sheep. We all live on the floating sheep. Remember the day we all got Xbox 360 and started playing classic Minecraft? Yeah, OG Minecraft. I've played this version, guys. I've played Legacy for over 10 years, for nearly 11 years. Yeah, I've played Minecraft for 11 years. Yeah, it's a floating sheep. I'm going to go over to here because there's a bed over here. And I can quickly sleep till morning. Oh, my nose. I'm probably going to end this stream soon, guys, because I've been streaming for roughly 5 hours. How many people have watched this stream today? I'm not even aware. 450 of you, which is just incredible. So thank you. Bloody hell. This world, no. This world may be in the future, but not now. This world is 10 years old this year, so I think it will be... This world is 10 years old this year, so... I want to keep it on here as long as possible, because 10 years, guys. 10 years is just an incredible, incredible achievement. It's just incredible. It is. I've had this world since 2016. I created that bridge over there. You can't quite see it at the moment, so we'll take the path around. We'll have to take the path around. We're starting to see it now, but it's just being blocked out. That birch and cobblestone bridge. Oh, I would like a bottle of water. Good, cool. Over here, this cobblestone and birch bridge. This has been here since 2016. That has been here since this 2016. There's another house over there, 2016. The cobblestone pillar over there, 2016. What else? That glass house over there, 2016. That place there, 2016. That staircase there, 2016. This right here, 2016. This right here, I believe 2016. Generally, guys, I've had this world since 2016. So, that's 10 years. Nearly. I created it in August. I created it in August 2016. Which is just mesmerising. I'm probably going to end this stream in a minute. Why do you have infinite effects? Because I've got 4 beacons over there. I've got 4 proper fully built beacons. I've got 4 purposely perfect fully powered beacons over here. I'm going to end the stream soon because I've set my sights on finishing a book today. I'm setting my sights on finishing a book. Well, I've done that. I've got a copy on that version, but I don't intend to make it my true copy yet. Valverde, your goat. So I would say Valverde has scored. Joe, can you plan a book later tonight? It depends what you're trying to. What type of book are you trying to plan? Do not. We need more peak content. You need more peak content. What type of book are you trying to do? A World War II book. Are you trying to base? Is it fictional, non-fiction? Out of curiosity. Fictional World War II, cool. Do you know what the story is? Do you know what the story's about? Oh, God. The reason I'm saying that, before you plan a book, before you plan a book, you should at least know what the premise is, what the sort of story you're trying to tell is. You know, who your character is, who your main character is, what they're doing. Fictional World War II. Fictional War... Oh, I don't think you've seen my comment yet. Yeah, what I mean is trying to plan a book without knowing... Joe, yes? Yeah, so do you pretty much know, Copper, what you want to write? Because that's some advice there. I never left. I never left Marcel. I just didn't say anything. I was waiting to see what Copper Golem would comment, because he said he's doing wants to do a story on fictional World War II. I was asking, does he know what the story's about yet? Because if you're doing a fictional story, you've got to know what it's about. Especially if you're basing it in a historical time bit, because you've got to get the historical bit right. You can't turn around and say that if you're doing a historical story. Yeah, I was waiting to see what Copper Golem would say. So what is your story about, Copper Golem, then? Are you doing it... Is it about a soldier during the Second World War? Is it about a family? I just told you. It hasn't come through. It hasn't come through, Copper. It hasn't come. The comment hasn't come through. You might. Why not put it in the writing discussion chat in Discord? It hasn't come through. Why not put it in the writing discussion chat in Discord? Because it's not come through on the stream. It hasn't come through on the stream. YouTube must have flagged it up, so it's not actually what you've commented hasn't come through. Whatever you've put, I put it in the writing discussion chat in the Discord server. That might be slightly more. That might be a slightly better idea, because Discord won't flag whatever you've put, because it hasn't popped up. Unless you've generally just put fictional World War II. I can see he's typing in Discord, so I'm just going to wait and see what he types. My nose. Stream ending in 20 minutes? I don't know at the moment. I'm just seeing what Copper Golem's putting in my Discord server about his book. And I'm going to give him some advice on how to plan a book. That was you. Mr. Dingus was you, Marcel, wasn't it? Yeah, you put hi in the wrong chat. You put hi in the wrong chat, Marcel. This is the write-in discussion. So, okay, my book is about a fictional war called The Great World War, and the UK's to win the war. So it's based about World War II, but you're taking it fictional. Wrong server. No, I meant... Yeah, you put it in the wrong chat. Hello in the wrong chat, but it's fine. This is the writing discussion. This is the writing discussion one. It's not the wrong server. It was the wrong chat. I'm not married. I'm nor married. I'm now married or nor married? Or not married, I can't tell. I can't even tell what you put. You're not married. Well, of course you're not married. Of course you're not married. Look, you literally told Decepted you hadn't left the house in 2 months. If you've not left the house in 2 months, you're not going to meet anybody. If you don't go outside and actually meet people and speak to people, you're never ever going to get married. To actually get married, you actually have to go out and meet people and talk to people. You can sit down and say you're not married all you want, but the only way you can go get married is to go out and meet people. Go into bars, clubs, and actually meet people. Hello, Hydrafish. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Not Just an Aspirant. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Marcel. And no, this is the right one. Okay, so it's that. So you're doing a fictionalized World War II. You're going to have to get that. If you're going to do that, though, Copper, you've got to get that absolutely right. Because you can't do a fictionalized story and base it in World War II if you're not going to get it right. Unless you're doing it in an alternate history. Because you've got to get that part absolutely right. Which is why a lot of authors ignore the it's why a lot of the authors stay clear of doing historical pieces, because they've got to know the history 100%. I put it in the Discord server. Not bar, not club. Who know I will do that in that place? Well, a bar and a club is where most people your age will be. You've got to get that absolutely right, though, Copper. You've got to get the history there absolutely right. You can't change certain historical events. You've got to get that absolutely right in the historical standpoint, because it's why most people avoid writing period pieces when they're writing stories, because they've got to get the history absolutely right. To be on a safer side, as a suggestion, because I guarantee 100% you don't know everything about the Second World War. Because you're a youngish writer, Copper, I would suggest actually writing it about World War III. I would suggest writing it about World War III, because you can experiment more as a writer with that, because there isn't a World War III. I don't know when I leave my house. Well, that don't make sense. How do you not know when you leave the house? So you don't know how to open the door and leave? Or... But you should know how to leave a... You're 18. You should know how to open a door and leave. Makes sense. Because you're a young writer, it might make sense to base it in World War III. Change the USSR to like Russia, to Russia, because USSR doesn't exist anymore. I don't know how it called in English. So you don't know how to leave the house. It's simple. Open the door. Hello, chill gamer. Welcome to the old Minecraft. Woo! Old Minecraft, yeah. No, well, yeah. What I meant, Copper, is because you're a young writer, basing it in a fictionalized world, basing it on World War III makes it much more experimental for you to write with, because there isn't a World War III. It means you can decide more. You can decide everything that happens. Where there's a lot of stuff in the Second World War that you have to get absolutely 100% right. Whereas World War III has, because there is no World War III, and World War III is only a hypothetical war, you can experiment more. You can have more stuff happen, but you can control the stakes. And you don't have to name any true historical figures, because, you know, all the world leaders can be your own inventions. So, for example, in my Dawn of Planets science fiction stories, the Prime Minister of the UK is Harry Barnesfield. The President of America, the President of the United States of America in Dawn of Planets is Bruce S. Williams. The President of Russia in the Dawn of Planets is called Mikhail Ivanov, President Ivanov. The President of France, I can't remember what his name is. What's the thing called? What's the thing called you were studying? You were study writing. I don't study writing myself. I'm talking about my actual science fiction stuff. I'm talking about my actual science fiction stuff. The books I write. I'm mentioning about how if you base it in like the future, with like World War III, you could technically have much more creative input. You don't have to name you don't have to know the history to write. You don't have to know the history of World War I or World War II to write about it. No, what's it called? Not you. I'm struggling to work out what you're on about. Hello. What do you play the game? What's the thing? What's about? I don't know what you're talking about, Marcel. I don't actually know what you're talking about, I'm afraid. So basically, Copper wants to write a book, and he was asking me advice on how to plan a novel. So I've offered him a suggestion that it might be worth changing. Oh, botany. Botany, that's where you study plants. Yeah, I'm not a botanist, guys. Yes, this would take 3 years after World War. 3 years after World War Three, World War Two. Base it in 51. Or 56. I'll mention it on stream. Okay, I'm here. Yeah, if you want to do that, I consider 1951, because in Great Britain almost caused World War Three in 1951, because the British government considered dropping an atom bomb on the Soviet Union in 1951. Winston Churchill considered dropping an atom bomb on the Soviet Union in the 50s. 1951 UK atom bomb. Here it is. Operation Hurricane. No, that was the thing. Atom bomb. Nuclear bomb. Soviet Union. Yeah. Here it is. Yeah, well, it might be 52, but one of them. Winston Churchill inherited. Where is it? Winston Churchill discussed ordering nuclear strikes on the Soviet Union. Oh, what was it? Did Churchill want to nuke Russia? Winston Churchill threatened to drop atomic bombs on 30 Soviet cities if Stalin didn't back down in the Cold War. Winston Churchill wanted peace, but to try and get peace, he was willing to drop 30 atom bombs, 20 to 30 atom bombs. That was early in the 1950s. He said if he was Prime Minister. But, Copper, if you're going to look at that, look at 1956. Tensions between all the parties. Actually, it's popped into my head. Can Poland be included? Poland would have been a satellite state. At this point, Poland would have been a satellite state. Poland would have been a satellite state of the Soviet Union in that time period, I think. I'm looking at. Actually, 1956 would be an interesting point as well. In 1956, Britain, France, and Egypt. In 1956, Britain, France, and Egypt. And Israel invaded Egypt, and the Soviet Union and America were trying to convince them to all three of them to pull out. That was also what was considered the almost end of the British Empire. So if you're looking at a story for that, if you're looking at a story on that regard, you could generally do a story. It might be worth basing it in 1962, the Cuban Missile Crisis. You could be worth there. You could be worth there, basing it actually in 1962. The Cuban Missile Crisis is the closest the world has ever got to nuclear war. So rather than doing it straight after World War II, why not do it at the closest point the world's ever come to World War III, which was the Cuban Missile Crisis. Because of 1956 was only 6 years before 1962, you could have that then, that the UK backs America in this conflict because the UK is looking to strengthen the British Empire. The UK would have backed them at the time. The UK would have backed them. That's where a story you could go from. You'd have to get some of the historical shit right. 22 likes, yeah. I just want to respond to what Ray19 put on in my server a second. I'm going to keep it 51 to 62. But if you're basing it in the 50s, you've got to get it right. If you're basing it around that period, you've got to get it right. You've got to get the historical stuff right. So if you base it in 51, you would have to pick where you want it. Would Winston Churchill be Prime Minister, or would Clement Attlee be Prime Minister? Because Winston Churchill was British Prime Minister from 1951 to 55, but Clement Attlee was Prime Minister from 45 to late 1951. So it's based, you've got to have the real world leaders, I think, at this time period. And that's what you're basing it on. I don't know. I want stuff to be fictional too, but yeah, you've got to have some stuff for stuff fictional, yeah. But if you're doing if you're basing it in like World War II and in the 50s and the 60s, you've got to get all the historical bits right. You can't turn around and say like certain people aren't alive or certain people are there. That's why I suggested making it basing it slightly in the future. Basing it in like 2027 or something like that means that you can keep it entirely fictional and still do those parts, because that's why I stay out of the way of historical stuff, because I don't want to butcher the history unless you say it's an alternate history. Unless you say it's an alternate history, but you still got to get the bits that happened before it absolutely right. It's quite a challenge to do. But before you plan a book, though, you need to know exactly what the story's about. You've got to know who the main characters are, who the main character is, and things like that. I've done it before, yeah. But if you are writing a story, when you ask me about advice on planning a story, you've got to know absolutely everything about your main character, who they are, what they are. I do it slightly different though, guys. I know everything about my characters. My characters, I know everything about. I know how tall they are. I even know how much they weigh, because I make them. I'm not just making a character for a story. I'm making them absolutely. You mean United Nations? What, the United Nations? The United Nations was formed in 1945. Yeah, the United Nations is for. Did you know? Well, he never played Superman. He never played Superman. He played him slightly in the Flash film, but he never actually played Superman because it wasn't. Why won't it? Oh no. Why is it? Oh, there we go. I put an extra D, I put an extra D in there, which I didn't need. Cool. For the planning stage. Oh yeah. Yeah, because you're going to need to know a lot more than just what happens. You're going to need to know who your characters are, who your main character is. I would avoid mentioning the real people. Yeah. I would avoid mentioning. I would avoid mentioning the real historical leaders, though. Copper. I would avoid mentioning the real historical leaders. I would avoid mentioning the real historical leaders. They'll probably be the prime ministers in these stories because they were real. So Stalin would probably be the story that you're working on. Stalin would probably still be the leader of the Soviet Union till early '53. Winston Churchill will be the leader of the prime minister probably till 1955 when he resigned. But it would be best to base it on regular people and only have only have them mention, like, have you heard the speech from Prime Minister Churchill? Well, actually, no, you could still have them live. You could still have them live, for example, like, if they were at war, Winston Churchill probably would never have resigned, but he probably would have died in office. Because Winston Churchill retired due to ill health in 1955. Winston Churchill, if they'd been at war, probably would have stayed on. Winston Churchill resigned and he was 81. But Winston Churchill died in 1965, so, you know, he probably would have continued to be Prime Minister until, if they were at war, he'd have probably been Prime Minister for the whole time. But it would be worth not mentioning the leaders of the story, because, you know, they were real people. You can't turn around and say that Winston Churchill said shoot everybody, because he would never have, because he might not have ever said that. That's what I'm saying. What's the most points someone's had in my streams? When are you ending stream? In a couple of minutes. But as some advice on the right, well, you've got 425. Copper's got 300. YouTuber Hubu's got 225. ROA's got 225. Pixel King's got 225. On like a standpoint, on like a historical standpoint, it's worth not mentioning those characters. But you can probably get away with it by saying, Comrade Stalin was on the air last night. I mentioned Margaret Thatcher in Dawn of Planets because it's just a character. It's mentioned that a character goes to the Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, in 1987 to report about the Covenant, which is an alien. I'll include some historical figures. Yeah, but don't make them characters. Don't make them characters because they're real people. Their relatives could actually, if you were to ever publish like a story, for example, if you were to ever publish a story, making the main character a real historical person is not a very smart choice due to the fact that they were real people. You can't be seen to tarnish the reputation of someone that was generally real. So it would be worth making your main character a fiction, or the characters you want fictional, and only mention an actual real historical figure. Only mention a historical figure by like a dialogue. It would be them having them meet the character, like meet the Prime Minister, might not be. So, for example, I hate Stalin. Well, yeah, but if you're writing a fictional book, yeah. Well, Mussolini would have been dead. Concordastic Aviator. Hiroto would have been different. Hiroto had changed by dialogue. Yeah, but you can't have them speak to them. You can't have those characters meet, I don't think, just because they were real people. You can probably have it by two characters meet. Say two characters meet and they say, "Did you see Mr. Churchill's Mr. Churchill's speech last night?" That kind of works. But actually having the character appear wouldn't be a very good opportunity. It's why every alternate history thing with a telegram, yeah, that might work because Winston Churchill used to send telegrams out all the time. A telegram from like the Prime Minister, but it would just say the Prime Minister. It wouldn't say Winston Churchill. It would just say the Prime Minister. That would kind of work. But you can't have the main character be like the Prime Minister. I have no idea, Marcel, because I haven't really looked at that points thing. You can't have the main character, but based on what Concordastic Aviator just said, yeah, you can't have the main character be the Prime Minister because Winston Churchill was a real person. You can't be seen to tarnish a reputation of a real guy on a thing, but also, because they were real, it also means that their names will be defended by their family members. So, and things like that. So, on that regard, though, as well, based on what like Concordastic Aviator said, you wouldn't have Mussolini because the leader of Italy, Mussolini, was dead. Was dead in 1951. Hiroto was on the side of would have been on the Allies' side, would have been on America's side then, because he surrendered to the Allies. He would have been on Japan would have been on America's side. But on that regard, though, yeah, Mussolini would have been dead in 1945 because he was killed in 1951. Mussolini had died in 45. I think you've got to get it. If you're doing that, you've got to get it right. So I think you've got to get the real world leaders probably have to be in charge, but you just can't mention them, make them main characters. So if you get a letter from the Prime Minister, it would just say the Prime Minister, then maybe Prime Minister Churchill. The only thing is, though, you have to be mindful that basically some of these world leaders did die around this point. So, Stalin would only be the leader of the Soviet Union in that story for like 2 years. Unless you're going to do alternate history and basically change it so he stays alive. Yeah, so do you know why that is, Copper? It's because real people, if you're writing a book and you have real people appear, it's if it's seen to it can harm you if you accidentally or deliberately trash a real person's reputation. That's why that's why alternate history stories often change the names of the characters and have that they're, say David Dickingsworth is the new Prime Minister of the UK. What you could do Winston Churchill probably would never have resigned if they were at war. He probably would have been Prime Minister, but probably would have been forced to resign over ill health later, probably in like 56, 57, 58. But then you could probably name your own character Prime Minister. It's been 15 minutes, more than 10 p.m. I mean, it's not 10 p.m. for me, it's only 9:15. But yeah, you could after the real world leaders are gone, technically you could probably name your own leaders, your own characters, because you don't have. It's a bit different if you're writing it in America, because America, for example, you could have John F. Kennedy just never got nominated, and then your own character got nominated. I don't know, like Walter Bergensberger. Walter Bergensberger became US president. You never know. I'm probably going to end this stream now, guys, but I'm knackered. Thank you for watching, guys, and I'll see you all in the next one.